All right, so we're checking out the full armor Gundam development history from Kakarot197. I know about this one as the why is it wearing so much armor and so much slower model of the regular Gundam, and I don't care because it looks cool. So let's find out just how crazy it gets. Because I know AU versions of this are the main unit, and they're even cooler. I have a thing. All of the DACA is usually that thing. Let's check it out. I'm just going to leave a like in advance.
With the incredible performance of the RX-78-2, it wouldn't be long before the Federation came up with a variety of ideas to increase its performance.
Some good.
And one of these ideas would be in the form of the FSWS project. There is debate on whether it stands for Federal Suit Weapon System or Full Armor System and Weapon System.
I'm assuming it's because different continuities have had usages that are different. Yeah, that'd do it.
But its official goal was clear. Create the Federation's next-generation tactical mobile suit.
It does look
top
good, though.
secret. Unofficial goal, though, was slightly different.
Oh?
To create an elite new type squadron that was outfitted with Gundams, each possessing the firepower of a battleship.
I mean, admittedly, Xeon did the same thing, and it worked out about as well for them. Actually, it probably worked out even worse unless you get to Unicorn. But that wasn't really
However,
Xeon.
I also
Although it wasn't
read
really
that it's
not.
possible that, like, the idea of making a full armor RX-78-2 came out before it entered combat, and that the goal of the SWS project then gradually changed.
Am I the only one who's mishearing that as the FFS project? The for fuck's sake project? Every time. I know that's not there. I know I'm not reading that, but that's what I'm hearing. I know you can have a not Pavlovian slip, a Freudian slip, but apparently I have Freudian hearing.
Based on the combat records of the White Base, meaning that the official goal was actually simply the initial goal, and that the unofficial goal was then their final goal. And maybe this is also where the confusion concerning the acronym comes from.
Yeah.
Full armor system and weapon system seems to fit nicely with the original goal, whereas Federal Suit Weapon System goes well with the eventual goal. And talking about other things, Fumina model kit, a powder, wallet, and more.
The problem with these is I was recently in the market for a backpack, and I'm looking at this going, this is everything I was looking for, and probably cheaper. It's actually bugging me. It's actually bugging me. Also, Croc, you know grunts are going to call it that? Yeah. And I personally have no problem with that whatsoever. I mean, it is kind of fun.
You'll also get a 10% discount.
It came with a Gundam.
When the FSWS project was first conceived then, a lot of ideas were thrown around, some of which showed promise, whereas others felt more like the ideas of a toy company.
But can we be equally fair? As far as toys go, I'd look at this and go, shiny! And I would personally be the exact market for them. Yeah, this is the temptation
After
video.
a lot of brainstorming then, the ideas were boiled down to the three that showed the most promise.
Have we tried? Murder.
And the design
Murder
competition
harder, even.
was on. One of these machines was the FA-78-1, and the others were supposedly the FA-78-303
I wonder if they have them in
and the
alternate timelines.
FA-78-400. And based on that sentence alone, you've probably already figured out that it was the FA-78-1 that won the battle, because you've never heard of the other two. Usually it is simply called the Full Armor Gundam, but it is sometimes also referred to as the Gundam Full Armor type, and later on also the Full Armor Gundam Type A, to differentiate it from the Type B.
Oh.
Based on the first approved draft of the Full Armor Gundam then,
I am kind of curious how far this goes, because we've seen that there are, in previous videos, further design elements in alternate universes that really played with this becoming the next big Gundam rather than moving into Alex or the Type 2, or any of the crazy variants that came after it. Still need to learn about Hathaway. But I don't know anything about those universes, or if it had further developments in universe as well.
the Luna 2 design team went to work. With the
Thunderbolt, maybe?
RX-78-2's combat data at their disposal, they first designed supplemental armor
I don't know
for
anything about
the
Thunderbolt.
areas of the body that were the most likely to be hit, like the chest, the cockpit area, shoulders, lower arms, and the skirt armor. Then, like they did with the gym cannon, they added armor to the legs to balance things out, and they made the feet bigger to increase the ground contact to better distribute the heavy weight. And then to compensate for the lost mobility, extra thrusters with an output comparable to those of the core booster were added to the legs as well. This extra armor could also be purged if needed, and according to the Master Archive Mobile Suit Full Armor Gundam book, it was made out of a material called hyper titanium. Unfortunately,
So is titanium that didn't take its ADHD meds? Yeah, I guess it happens.
the book never elaborates on how strong this material was or what it even was in the first place, and I also haven't seen this material mentioned anywhere else. But despite the name then, the Full Armor Gundam wasn't just about increasing the armor of the RX-78-2. It also had new cooling vents, and of course, new weaponry.
Yeah. Also, I just realized you can actually see the venting right in the front. Is it weird to anyone else that they did it right up there, considering that's where it would be shot at and that would probably weaken it? Maybe that's just me. Yeah. Also, Duck, before we do anything with Hathaway, we probably need to check out CCA Char's Counterattack. Would you believe I've never watched that? Yeah, it's never come up. Nothing wrong with it. I heard it's really good, but I've just never seen it.
2 triple missile launchers on the chest, 1 double missile launcher in each knee, a 360mm rocket cannon with 5 rounds on the right side of the backpack,
Ooh.
a long-range optical sight on the left side of the backpack,
Oh, wow.
and then its new main weapon, a twin beam rifle. Now, the
Why twin, though?
RX-78-2 already had the premiere of packing the power of a battleship in a handy mobile suit-sized package. But it did have one downside. It only held 15 shots,
That's it?
and the only way to have these replenished was to return to base and recharge it. Or
Ah. And considering how many shots we've usually seen, hell, even regular mechs take on top of Gundams, yeah, that probably is shooting blanks really fast.
get an entirely different beam rifle that still had its 15 shots. This was before the days of E-Pack technology,
Ooh.
where a beam rifle could have a battery magazine. And so, the twin beam rifle
Pulling directly from the
gave
mobile
Full
suit.
Armor Gundam more ammo in 2 ways. First of all, it was literally a twin beam rifle, featuring 2 barrels, each with their own E-cap, giving it twice the shots. And then the second thing...
So as long as you don't fire both at the same time, you should be fine. Everyone is going to have that thing firing at the same time, huh? Also, Duck, it plays into Hathaway does what he does and what the Feddies were doing during the CCA and after. Okay, that makes sense. So I probably definitely need to check out Char's Counterattack then. Yeah, that's on me
was
for
that
not
they
seeing it
made
yet.
these barrels exchangeable.
What?
So
The
2
barrels?
of them could also be stored on the small buckler-esque shield on the left arm. The downside
damage?
then was, because of these 2 features, that the barrels were much larger than those of standard beam rifles, and combined with the shield slapped on top of them, it made the twin beam rifle a pretty hefty weapon.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I've also seen reports that because it was so cutting edge, that there might have been some technical problems with it as well. And in addition to these new weapons, because the core machine is an RX-78-2, it kept the same 60mm Vulcan guns and 2 beam sabers.
Oh, those are the Vulcans. I thought, for some reason, I thought they gave it laser eyes for a second. I was like, what? Either that or its head was exploding. Either one could work. Oh my god.
Although they're now stored on a simplified rack on the back skirt that no longer had the capability to charge them. The Full Armor Gundam was all about ranged firepower after all.
Yeah, but at one point is this just a basically we're going to stay on base and be the extra weapon system for a ship? I mean, unironically, if your entire philosophy was the ship moves and the Gundams hold on and act as fire support, that actually sounds like a really good deal if the ship is fast enough. Because you can overgun the engines, include absolutely no weapon systems to save weight, and just to make sure everything is dedicated to movement and just armor itself. And then when you're not using the Gundams, just put them straight in. That sounds like it'd be a really cool design. Because you're not actually fighting with Gundams, you're fighting on like the old scale people with muskets on ships themselves. I mean, when every Gundam can take down a battleship, sure, why not?
And if that still wasn't enough, it could of course still be outfitted with any other weapon that the RX-78 could also use, like the standard beam rifle, hyper bazooka, Gundam hammer, etc.
Does anyone actually use the hammer?
The problem with this machine then is because it is such a top secret mobile suit that nobody knows whether it was actually built or not.
Oh.
The Federation never openly acknowledged it, and there was never any physical evidence, be it the mobile suit itself.
Can we all acknowledge this entire lineup of random guys in suits is the most, we're definitely not evil that you could possibly see in the faction that technically isn't evil? The technically is pulling a lot of weight on that. Oh, yeah.
Itself, spare parts, or even the production lines for it.
Oh, that's a cool model setup.
The most we have is that the Gym 2 Semi-Striker uses a similar looking shield. So, because of the Federation's secrecy, the full armor Gundam was widely regarded as never having been built. And the people who were claiming that it was built were using things like unreliable sources, images that were later proven to be from computer simulations, like this famous image of the full armor Gundam fighting against the perfect Zeong, or they were straight up misrepresenting fictional war stories as real.
Fictional?
And who knows?
Oh, is that a cat's face on a Gundam? Sure. Okay. Hey, I'm not going to judge. That's just weird, but okay.
Maybe some even used proof that was made by the UC equivalent of our current day AI image generators. However, rumors of the full armor Gundam existing persisted, and in UC 0094, a book would be published that managed to change the mind of quite some people. It was called 1 Year War: The Complete History, and was actually written with the involvement of military personnel, including high-ranking ones.
What is this in-universe? Is this like an actual in-universe real book? Or is this more the equivalent of like a fan compendium? Or just like a novelization of something? I don't actually know.
Like former General Vic Habakkuk. In the book, it is stated that the full armor Gundam did see some combat during the 1 Year War, and in addition to this, it is said that the Federation's number 7 ace, Heinz Bayer, scored all of his kills with a full armor Gundam.
Oh, damn.
So now, it is believed...
And yeah, Steven, I see your comment. Because my wife's in the other room, I'm not going to say that out loud in case she hasn't found out yet. But yeah, I see it, and... yeah.
That a small number of units were produced near the end of the war. But let's go over all of the different opinions that there are on the full armor Gundam's existence. The first theory is that it was never produced. The engineers thought that the added armor and weapons weighed the machine down way too much, and that the added thrusters simply weren't able to compensate for this. Instead, the machine would be further developed into the Heavy Gundam.
To be fair, that's pretty. Granted, I have a type, and the type is giant fuck-off rotary cannon, because it has all the DACA, and that is cool.
A machine that we'll tackle in the next part of this video.
Ooh.
Another theory then...
You know, I've been saying that the full armor Gundam was the one that got redeveloped into something else in an AU. I'm wondering if it was actually the Heavy Gundam that did that instead, because I know something was mentioned, but it's been weeks since we checked it out. Huh.
Posits that the full armor Gundam might have been in development, but that it was halted because the RX-78-2 was shot down at Abawaku, because it was meant as optional parts for Amro's RX-78-2. And finally then, we have a plethora of sightings and rumors that would suggest that
The king of urban legends. Sightings and rumors, yeah.
Armored Gundam
And the fact that they've made
was
models
built.
for it.
And there were so many of these that the machine even got the nickname the King of Urban Legend.
Is that in universe?
One of the earliest supposed sightings.
I'm assuming that's one of
was
the
a
games
blue
too.
full
PS1 maybe?
armored
No,
Gundam
probably PS2.
That took part in the Battle of Solomon on December 24th. The base unit for this full armor Gundam was the RX-78-1, and it was piloted by Captain Takashi Kitamoto. But unfortunately, the unit along with the pilot were nothing more than the main characters of a fictional war story. One day later then, a full armor Gundam.
So that's how they get over the timeline and continuities of various video games and other aspects they don't want to acknowledge. They're in universe, but they're in universe as stories as opposed to real characters you experience the gameplay from. Okay. Huh.
Bearing the number 38.
Or is this just Kakarot's interpretation of it, where it's more like the GW, everything is canon is nothing is canon, we'll choose whatever works for the story we tell. Actually, that would explain a lot of things like Thunderbolt, because I've heard somehow they're all over the place.
Was supposedly part of the fleet that responded to Zeon's attempt to launch a nuclear attack on Site 6. And then during the Battle of Abawaku, a full armor Gundam appeared, which allegedly fought with and was destroyed by the Crimson Lightning. The pilots of these two aforementioned full armor Gundams have never been officially confirmed by the Federation, but the Master Archive book speculates that both might have been the same unit piloted by Heinz Baer, as this would make
were destroyed?
sense considering his high kill count.
Oh.
Next up then, in 0083 we get another mention of the full armor Gundam. And this time, it was even somewhat perpetuated by the Federation. Supposedly, Zeon remnants, under the leadership of Johnny Raiden...
Oh my god, really? So one of the very first official notices of it was a variation that they did an actual trailer for, with models the entire way. I don't care who you are, this is awesome.
wanted to carry out a surprise attack on Site 7. And
it's like
part of
Robot
the
Chicken, but
intercepted
serious.
them was the full armored Gundam. However, due to the state of the Federation government at the time, nothing about this can be taken at face value, and it can even be questioned if the surprise attack happened at all, let alone if there was a full armored Gundam involved. Members of the Federation government were looking for any excuse to justify the creation of the Titans, and at the same time, they wanted to make a strong impression, for which a powerful unit like the full armored Gundam would have been perfect. Finally then, we have the most outlandish theory, that a special elite new type squadron was created and consisted of 8 full armored Gundams that were stationed on board of a North Pole class assault carrier.
This is the question I have. How are they able to find that many new types that much or that soon into the war? I mean, cyber new types make sense because you make them, but just finding natural new types, like, do you just take everyone's score and go, congratulations, you are now a new type? I don't actually know. Or is it more just the plot says so and we're going to ignore all questions?
Training began in December, and by the end of the war, they would begin their top secret mission, taking out the defenses of Granada to prepare for a full-scale invasion of the Zeon homeland. To what extent this is true, though, is of course impossible to know. The war ended before this operation could begin in earnest, but it is of course not out of the question for the unit to have been formed and for them to have been involved in small skirmishes. Still,
Also, I'm going to pull up Sarah's comment because that may or may not be accurate because I have no idea. According to him, they pulled them out of a hat, kidnapped them en masse after starting mass screening. How do you screen for new type, though? Like, is it a genetic marker or plot just says you can do it? I mean, both would probably be the same thing at that point because it's basically space magic.
believe that if there was a full armored Gundam at all, that it was most likely the single unit piloted by Heinz Baer. But
be cool.
this then still leaves one more question. What was the machine inside of those full armor parts?
Oh.
Because originally, the full armor Gundam was intended to be formed with the RX-78-2 piloted by Amuro Ray.
Maybe a backup?
But due to a variety of circumstances,
Spare
this
parts?
never came to be. Due to production delays, the parts weren't ready when the Gundam was at Jawbro, so it couldn't be used for the Battle of Solomon. And then between the Battle of Solomon and the Battle of Abawaku, Amuro requested the Gundam's speed and mobility to be upgraded, not its firepower. So basically the exact opposite of what the full armor parts were offering. So even though they were potentially ready at this,
I keep seeing this image, and every time I look at it, it's just... They don't like drawing eyes. They really don't like drawing eyes. Everyone is just black voids. Except for this guy who's got mismatched eyes because it's partially colored in. But they just really didn't do that. Also, they all have poofy hair.
point,
Just throwing that out
they
there.
were again not issued
Nothing wrong with it,
to
just
Amuro's
poofy.
RX-78-2. Meaning that if the full armor Gundam did appear on the battlefield, it must have been some other RX-78-2. And for this, we have two leading theories. Either it was a brand new unit.
I'm going with the other one is probably spare parts put together, because that is how 00, I think 87th or MS-87 or whatever it's called. I know the anime. I've watched it. It's really good. I can never remember the name of it because my memory sucks. That's how they made those. It's the, we have these parts, let's use them for something squad.
Or it was the
just
repaired,
repaired
original
original.
RX-78-1.
Oh.
Remember, despite the popular image of Unit 1 being this, by the time that it was shipped out to Site 6, the RX-78-1, RX-78-2, and RX-78-3 were actually identical to each other.
Oh.
Our maybe non-existent full armor Gundam then also got quite a few rumored variants.
Yeah.
First, let's talk about the other plans for the full armor Gundam that didn't make it to production. We don't have any images for these machines, but we do have a description.
Oh.
The FA-78303, which has extra thrusters attached to its legs, and the FA-78400, which has 4 beam cannons and a large booster unit.
Ooh. Oh, also, Max, thank you very much for the party hats from the 20 gifted jewels. Thanks, man.
Another then was a full armor.
I'm just going to pull up Duck's comment because I think this is hilarious. As I like to joke, new type is space autism. My wife is in the other room. She can hear me, which is why I'm not mentioning things. And yeah, I think she agrees with that one.
Gundam on which the 360mm rocket cannon was replaced with a second sensor unit. Because this unit acted as much more than just a gun sight and included a variety of sensors, it was thought that this variant would make for a great reconnaissance unit.
Did it?
Meanwhile, on the other end of the spectrum, there also exists an illustration with a full armor Gundam using 2 rocket cannons.
Is it good? I don't care. It's just giant fuck off over the shoulder murder machines. It's usually all I need to see, man.
Although no additional information is given for this configuration. A later variant then that was supposedly made was the full armor Gundam Type B. At the Battle of Abawaku, the Federation's fleet wasn't able to provide enough supporting fire. So to prevent something like this from happening again, they wanted to make a full armor Gundam with even more firepower so that it could simply take on an enemy fleet all by itself.
And if you mass produce them, you can just shoot everything downrange. Does it matter if he hit? No! Because if you threw enough shots downrange long enough, general relativity means it's going to keep going until it hits something.
The base structure of the B-type remained unchanged, and it mainly got upgrades to its weapons. The built-in missile launchers held more missiles, being 7 on each side of the chest and 6 in each knee, and then its main weapon, being the beam rifle, got a major overhaul thanks to advancements in beam technology. rather than using replaceable but very chunky barrels to give it more beam shots.
Why the barrels, though? Like, of all the things to change out, a barrel. I still don't get the logic behind it. It's like, it looks cool as a toy, but why in universe do they explain it as that? I mean, it's not the first time they've done weird decisions. Like, hey, why don't we mount the shield on the top of the shield instead of the back, where we already have the action for that? But whatever. Also, I'm going to pull this up because I think it's funny. Yeah, according to Mr. In my headcanon, the full armor variants are just ground Gundam or GMs with spare Gundam head. Oh my god. Also, Zip, it's always funny how they kept going, we need it to be armored, even though it's supposed to be a mobile suit. Yeah.
The generator that was inside of the full armor part's backpack was made more energy efficient. The beam rifle was also upgunned to 3 barrels, and it had 3 firing modes. One single shot at a time, all 3 at once, or rapid alternating fire. And since the shield now no longer had to be able to hold spare barrels, it was remodeled to hold beam sabers instead, which could quickly be used while inside of the shield. And it also got an extra weapon, a big missile launcher mounted on the left side of the backpack. It held 2
Not sure about the colors, but I like what it has.
Were 5 smaller 2-tube missile launchers, which could fire 2 volleys each, giving it a total of 22 missiles. And once all of these were fired, it could be perched for better mobility. The final change then with the B-type was that the base Gundam inside was supposedly the RX-78-3, which...
Ooh. Oh, also, Dragonite, thanks for becoming a member at the clean shaven level. Thanks.
Which is why the entire thing is painted in the grayish, bluish colors of the RX-78-3. But just as with the Type A, there is debate on whether or...
It is so weird to see them just pulled apart and looking at the hollowed chest without the core fighter. That is such a weird look. Because yeah, that is how it would work. It just feels wrong, though.
Not the Type B actually existed. Again, the Federation hasn't officially commented on the matter, but most experts agree that this thing definitely wasn't made. Its performance in the simulator was simply way too high compared to contemporary mobile suits, so it is questionable that this was feasible in real life.
Variation, yeah.
Despite this, though, one variant is rumored to have existed.
Ooh.
It went by the model number FA78B and appears to be the B-type, but with different handheld
or the
weapons.
fob.
The shield with the beam sabers is now equipped on the right arm, and in its place on the left arm is a spike shield. The shield that was famously used by the Gym Striker.
Oh, okay.
And of course, we can talk about the full armor Gundam without mentioning the massive burst liner. A thing that was less of a handheld weapon and more of a mobile gun emplacement.
I mean, one hand, yes, two. I don't know why it needs to be the full armor running this one unless it's literally drawing from its battery pack. But on the other hand, giant frickin' gun. That, admittedly, if you took off this mounting underneath it, kind of looks like it's a spaceship in its own right. Am I the only one thinking that? Like, it looks like a spaceship on a platform. I know it's supposed to be a gun, but the design just screams spaceship to me.
It was essentially a battleship-class mega-particle cannon mounted on a spaceship that was controlled by a mobile suit. And in most illustrations, that mobile suit is the full armor Gundam.
Yeah.
Supposedly, the plan was to produce 8 of these things, which could then all be stored on board of a North Pole-class assault carrier.
Did someone order some overkill? There's no such thing as overkill. There's just kill and needing more to get to that point.
And just as with the full armor Gundam, we don't know if the thing was actually built or not.
Yeah.
The most common theory is that it was just a concept.
It does look cool, though. It's stupid, but it's like the stupid I love. Ooh, also, Max, thank you for the flower sticker. And the 30 jewels with it. Thank you very much.
But we do have 2 sightings of the thing. One prototype was...
Also, according to Mr. This thing is fun and annoying to use in the Gundam Battle Universe game. Oh, so it has usage in games, too. Ooh,
But it
that
was
would be
flown by
fun.
Xeon, transported to Australia, and then put on a train to transport it to their Huenden fortress.
Oh yeah,
According
trains.
to one
Forget they
account,
exist.
the train was destroyed along with the cannon, but according to another account, the train did make it to the fortress, where the cannon was then mounted on their brand new Rhinoceros mobile armor.
Ooh.
The second sighting then comes from UC0090, where Ingrid Zero used one together with her heavy Gundam.
Oh, replace the arm with
Whether
it.
existed or
That's
not,
cool.
though, it would serve as inspiration for later weapons.
It did?
Like the sub-flight systems, the Mega Bazooka launcher, and the Mega Rider.
I'm sorry, did they just make a speeder in space that's also a gun? Yeah, they made a speeder in space that's also a gun. It's weird because like the flight systems where you like have them as just backpacks that basically envelop the mobile suit and just go all around it like the meteors. Sure, I'm fine with that. For some reason, giving vehicles to vehicles feels weird to me. But I'm also the guy who's like, okay, so you want to put hear me out, a giant mech inside a larger mech to pilot an even larger mech. We're going to call it Logon Gurren or something. Yeah, that seems perfectly fine. I don't see a problem with that. I'm just weird, man. Some things feel off to me, even if I like them in other context. Maybe it's if it wasn't Gundam, I would like
extremely
it.
obscure variant of the full armor Gundam then
High
is
mobility?
the high mobility Gundam.
Hey,
Now,
is that just a
making
full armor without the
high
armor?
mobility version of a heavily armored and heavily armed mobile suit might not sound like the best idea, but the idea does check out. It only uses the leg armor.
Oh shit, that actually looks really cool. Some of the guns especially I've seen in a lot of Gundam are really bad, like incredibly low detail. Where the Gundam itself can be fine, but the weapons are utterly not the focus. This, oh, that's pretty. All the unnecessary moldings, they add so much depth and detail and so much interest visually. This makes it look really cool. Also, the fact that there's only a handful of stickers makes it a lot easier on my eyes. Those eyes, not so much. But the rest of it is really cool. Oh, God. Gundam Nesting Dolls, Brother Sergeant. Yep. Also, according to Ken, or Kentaro, probably butchered your name, sorry about that. Those spaceships with massive turrets on the top of it has you always looked like a water scooter with a turret mounted on a standard or a standing steering wheel. Yeah. And it's Master Grade Duck. Yeah, but it's pretty. It is the worst Master Grade. Or the worst MS. Oh. The bad design makes it fun in a weird way. Yeah. I mean, okay, I see the gap. Oh, that gap's not... That's not a cosmetic thing. That's because it doesn't fit. Oh. At least from an initial sight, though, it does look pretty cool. Buddy, promo images of kits are painted. Duck, I was unaware of that. That means these colors are not what it's actually going to look like, huh? Ah, I am suddenly very disappointed.
With the extra thrusters and the twin beam gun, and then supplements these with a new high-performance backpack and new chest armor that also seems to have some overhauled cooling systems. And in real life, this machine would become the basis for the RX-78 F00 HMT Gundam High Mobility type. Going back to halfway to 1 year war then, when the RX-78-1 prototype Gundam was about to be completed, a request was made by the Federation's High Command.
Also, I'm being told that some of the older HGs did require paint, and some of the lines on legs were actually cosmetic. Okay.
With the most important front being the Earth at this time, especially the higher-ups of the Federation's ground forces wanted a more ground-focused version of the RX-78-1. But developing a whole new unit at this point, even if it was just a spin-off, could have potentially delayed the V project, something that was deemed unacceptable. But once development began on the full armor Gundam, the idea was tossed around to make a similar set of add-on parts, but with a focus on ground combat. The base machine for these parts was the RX-78-1, and the major difference with the regular full armor gun.
Also, Max, I see your comment. I'll pull it up 1 second. So, Airier, if you had to choose between his video Leopard Gundam or his video on the guy in development, which would you watch? I mean, considering I'm going to do all of them, because we're going to do both regardless. It's just a matter of when we get to them. And honestly, I'd like to do both because I don't know nearly enough about the Leopard now that I think about it. Like, I know I've heard that one. I'm pretty sure I've seen the show where it's from, but I'm just pulling a blank where it's from. Also, Doc, it's like getting made that GW models aren't painted. If you ever find the ones where they tried to have them pre-painted, I think I heard rumors that that's being something they tried, and yeah, don't do that. Yeah. My problem with painting models is because they have moving parts. You got to paint them in a very specific way. It's not a problem, but when I paint, I like solid static models, and I don't want to make the Gundam static. That's just me.
Gundam was weight concern, because of course this machine was going to be operating under gravity. Instead of missile launchers on its torso and knees, it now had a spray missile launcher on the left side of its backpack. The beam sabers were stored on.
I'm pretty sure we have seen a bit of this before.
And instead of
Old
the
District's
giant
colors,
twin beam rifle with replaceable barrels, it had a much smaller twin beam rifle with fixed barrels. What did remain mostly the same then was the 360mm rocket cannon and sensor pod combo. The weight of the ground type was successfully reduced while still keeping its firepower mostly intact. But this still wouldn't be enough to get the thing produced, as there was still a number of fundamental problems.
The Leopard was Gundam X.
There was still the worry that further development of this thing and production of this thing would hinder the V project. And second of all, there were performance issues.
Like
Not
what?
only did the leg-mounted thrusters not adequately compensate for the added weight, they actually hindered the unit's maneuverability even further.
I mean, they're probably just not powerful enough, but they weigh so much that doesn't make up for it. And since maybe in space that doesn't matter as much because you're not dealing with gravity, you just have to deal with your own mass. Here you're dealing with both. Yeah, this is the ground type specifically.
Yet, data showed that the Luna titanium armor of the standard Gundam was already plenty enough to shrug off bullets from the Zaku's machine gun. So it was deemed that the extra armor was pointless at best. So instead, the Federation's ground forces decided to go for lightweight and high mobility units.
Yep, even I know about the Pixie. Oddly enough, because I have the cards for it. But did they ever get armor that was good enough to stand up to beam weapons, or was that always just the you're going to die when you get hit if you don't have a shield?
Something that would eventually lead to the creation of the Pixie. The one thing from the full armor Gundam ground type that would be made, though, was its spray missile launcher as part of the gun cannon's equipment. Next up then, we have a variant of the full armor Gundam that I discovered while I was editing this video. The Gundam Armor type. It's really just a full armor Gundam without its leg armor.
A conversion, okay.
And it was designed for the Micro Gundam line.
That's a battery. Oh shit, those are small. Like, we're talking almost playing that on tabletop level small. I mean, admittedly, that I'm kind of okay with that. Huh. I was like, wow, that's kind of low detail. And then I heard how small it is. Like, yep, okay, yep, yeah, that's kind of that's fine for that level of size. Hell, I'd actually prefer to paint this one. Smaller details pop a lot easier if you do extreme colors, so it's pretty easy.
A series of small and cheap action figures that needed a little bit of assembly. And I really like that it addresses something that I found
No, I take that back. Like, yeah, the colors aren't there, but it's so tiny. For that much detail for something that small, I kind of like it. Like, unironically, this looks like something that'll be very easy to paint. I just want to pose it however I want, get it stuck in the pose, and then start working on heavy shadows to work exactly like I like it. Ah, and these are older than some of the people here, Duck. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the show's older than me, too, so.
Bit odd while researching the standard full armor Gundam. The main reason for the leg armor was supposedly to balance things out, like they did with the Gym Cannon. But the full armor Gundam was mostly meant for space, where this balance was less important.
Yeah.
Which is also why the dedicated space version of the Gym Cannon had added thrusters instead of added armor on its legs. So, who knows? Maybe if the full armor Gundam was actually built and then further developed,
maybe just inspiration for later.
A version with legs inspired by the Gym Cannon Space Assault type could have been next. And finally then, we have a full armor Gundam that was definitely built.
What?
The full armor Gundam Thunderbolt version. Set in the...
And this is why I don't know anything about this, because I haven't seen Thunderbolt. There's a lot of movies I need to check out. I haven't seen Thunderbolt, which I heard is really good. Maybe not completely canon compliant, but who cares if it's really good. Char's Counterattack, Hathaway. You see where I'm going with this one, right?
An alternate version of the Universal Century, the FSWS plan here had yet another spin-off, which used a completely different design philosophy.
That is so cool!
In addition to giving the mobile suit extra armor to increase its defensive capabilities, they also gave it 2 sub-arms, which were designed to hold an extra standard issue shield.
And also because it just has a bunch of I will grab things and make use of anything behind it. Is it bulky and stupid? Yes. Do I love it? Oh, yeah. Do I know anything about it? Nope.
So, combined with the 2 on the regular arms, it had a total of 4 shields.
It's so dumb, but I love it.
To offset that additional weight, it didn't just rely on raw thrust like the standard full armor Gundam, but instead went with sub-thrusters that made the Thunderbolt version a surprisingly agile machine. Its weapons then were equally deadly, and a combination of the A-type and the B-type loadouts, albeit slightly different. It has a twin beam rifle that is powered by removable energy packs, 6 of which can be stored on the backpack.
Oh yeah, and the gun is literally built into one of the shields that it's holding, so it just has more shields. It had debris proofing. Yeah. Do I like jazz? Oddly enough, yes.
The conventional rocket cannon is replaced by a large beam cannon, the large missile pod by a smaller 6-tube one.
It's so dumb and so cool, and I love it for that reason.
Sabers, and its body now
so there's a lot of jazz in Thunderbolt,
more missile launchers.
Okay.
8 on each side of the torso, 4 on each front skirt, side skirt, and back skirt, and 6 on each knee, making for a...
Yeah, now that it's pointed out, this is based on the full armor. I can kind of see the aesthetic because the shoulder is just so much wider than anything else you'd see otherwise. Okay. Huh. Weird how they went back to the dimpled guard right here.
Total of 52. And for new weapons, it has a 5-tube rocket launcher on its left arm.
Yep.
And this bundle of Xeon-killing joy would be used very effectively by E.O. Fleming.
I'm sorry, every time I see this guy, all I can think is somehow his proportions look wrong. Maybe it's just me, but something about it seems off.
Until he lost his Gundam to the Xeon Remnants, who then used it to make the perfect Gundam Thunderbolt version.
Ooh.
But I'll talk more about this thing in the next part of this video, when I also talk about the regular version of the perfect Gundam.
Oh.
And another thing that will have to wait for a future video.
So when he was talking about the perfect versions, he was talking about a specific Gundam, not just the variations with perfect in the name, which I've seen the perfect unicorn, and oh, it is pretty. Also, according to Duck, the protag plays jazz when he goes out on sorties, and he has it on a proximity mic so his enemies hear his music of death.
Video is the origin version of the full armored Gundam, because that thing is just an entirely different can of worms.
Hey, what is?
Because that thing video is the Origin version of the full armor Gundam.
Origin.
Because that thing
alternate
is
universe
just
even more than usual.
Entirely different can of worms. And that has been all for the development history of the full armor Gundam. A mobile suit that may or may not have existed.
It still looks cool.
But this is not where the story of the full armor Gundam ends.
It isn't?
So join me next time when we talk about a Gundam that definitely did exist. The Heavy Gundam. A big thanks to FX.
Let's move on to that one then.
This.
And next up we have the Heavy Gundam development history plus the Perfect Gundam, so everything he just mentioned. Let's do it.
Despite its high firepower,
with Jazz.
The full armor Gundam still had several serious flaws. Which is why, according to official sources, the machine was never built. But of course, the Federation didn't just want to give up on this concept. And so...
I just want to point out something here. This is the far future where everything is like hyper industrial. They can make anything they want. They give all of the top brass folding chairs. Like someone was really annoyed and say, hey, remember all these guys who were in charge of really important things? Folding chairs it is. Like, I'm not even joking. These are literally just the baseline folding chair. It's hilarious to me that they decided to animate it explicitly like that.
Federation didn't just want to give up on this concept. So they set out to fix the flaws of the FA-78-1 with a second draft. The FA-78-2,
Heavy Gundam,
better known as the Heavy Gundam, which is also known as that one Gundam wearing sunglasses because it's one of the few Gundams that Kunio Okawara decided not to draw with the standard dual Gundam eyes.
Yes, the Gundam eyes. That's exactly what I was staring at. Not the giant pile of weapons. Admittedly, I'm actually staring at the giant pile of weapons because... but I have my reasons because... yeah.
Although, according to some sources, like the Master Archive book, it is more than just a stylistic choice. Because these sunglasses are actually extra shielding for the standard eyes underneath.
Oh, that's cool.
And when not necessary, they can slide up, revealing those standard eyes.
It literally has battle sunglasses.
Talking about the legendary Kunio Okawara, if you can get enough of his designs, and let's face it, you know you can't, then you might want to check out today's sponsor, Naraka Blade Point.
Wait, how old is this video? 2 years. Oh, shit. Honestly, for some reason, I thought this game was much older. I didn't realize it's still going on now. More you know. Huh.
And now, back to that other Okawara machine that we were talking about. Rather than designing another set of add-on parts, they designed a brand new unit from the ground up.
Okay.
And then simply incorporated all the elements they wanted into it. Not only would this save a lot of weight, but it also made the structure of the mobile suit a lot simpler. Something that would minimize potential problems. And
the more I see these little industrial designs right here, I love every bit of them. And they have so many extraneous details that never make it into actual models. Not just the glasses being removed or pulled up, but the sub vents underneath the main vents. Or just like the little extra plug detail right here, the little hitchkeys, like so many things. Like that looks like almost like a light or a laser pointer right there. I don't know what it's for. I don't care. It's so cool.
And also made maintenance a lot easier. As a result, the armor could no longer be ditched, but now offered more protection for less weight. And this was especially true in the torso.
Where it needs it.
Previous Gundams, the Heavy Gundam no longer had the core block system, which allowed for extra armor and fuel tanks to be installed instead. And it got a similar overhaul for the weapons. The missile launchers were removed. Instead of the 360mm rocket cannon, it got a beam cannon, and instead of the dedicated targeting sensor, it got a beam saber. And unlike the full armors...
Is this a mock-up? Like a 3D render or the actual model? No, I think it's an actual model. Okay. think this is a really cool one, and if they had a more newer variant of it that had more just extra gribbly details on it, it might look really awesome. But I don't mind. It just has a lot going on, but I'm kind of a fan of that option.
Simplified holder. This beam saber was in a holder that could actually recharge it.
Ooh,
As
useful.
for where the targeting sensor went, it was incorporated into the head. Depending on the source then, it may or may not have kept these 60mm Vulcan guns. In the original illustrations, it doesn't seem to have them, but in some later depictions, it does have them.
Action
I couldn't
figure?
find
Okay,
any
Duck, that makes sense then.
explicit reason for why they might have been removed, but personally,
Also, I'm being told by a few people, I'll pull these up so it's easier to see it. So according to Duck, it was an action figure, and then Tomorrow mentioned it's a 3D model for the Robot Spirits figure. Oh, okay. Huh. It reminds you of the Pale Rider units in Battle Operation 2. The more I hear about Battle Operation, the more I need to look into that.
I think it might have been the same reason as to why the Gym Sniper Custom no longer has them. The vibrations could potentially interfere with the high performance and sensitive head sensors.
True.
For
Yeah,
handheld
customers
equipment
more have them
then,
for that
its
reason.
most famous weapon was the frame launcher. This giant contraption would go over the Heavy Gundam's arms and consisted of a Gatling gun and a 4-tube missile launcher.
Yeah.
Normally, it would use one of these on the right arm, but it could also dual wield them if need be.
Oh.
And in addition to the frame
Oh, we need to go back and see that again. I'm sorry. I could do the what with the what? Oh. So it's double shield with a can over the shoulder and the giant fuck off murder mitts. Oh. Underslung Gatling gun for your rocket launcher. Is it stupid? Yes. Do I love it? Oh, yeah.
E. And in addition to the frame launcher, it could also still be outfitted with
that's
the
nice, but
standard
also-
RX-78 weaponry, the twin beam rifle of the full armor Gundam, or 2 more dedicated weapons.
Yeah, that's
A
fine.
new type of bazooka that was more accurate and had 20% more range than the hyper bazooka.
Ooh, nice, nice.
And a new type of beam rifle that used an early version of the E-cap technology, which then gave the rifle 80% more ammo capacity.
Also, I'm being told Battle Operation 2, according to Mr., is War Thunder but Gundam. Are people releasing leaks from actual real robots to make it more accurate? Because that's the only thing I can think to compare it to at that point.
And if this still wasn't enough, the machine also had special latches on its forearms where extra equipment could be attached to.
Useful.
The most well-known piece of equipment is a foldable shield with spikes, but it also had options like a box beam saber.
Ooh.
So far, so good. The Heavy Gundam
Where's
still
the
had
downside?
a lot of firepower and armor, and it was made significantly lighter. But it was still pretty heavy, so the
looks cool.
Federation engineers wanted something to compensate for this.
Armor pack?
Enter the Hervik Company with 2 solutions.
What?
They would develop stronger thrusters for the machine and a dedicated aircraft to carry it into battle.
Okay.
The Gun Carry. The Heavy Gundam would go into the main body of this thing for transportation.
Into?
And while it was being transported, the beam cannon was still usable thanks to a port in the right side of the hull.
Oh, so they literally went all the way around this thing. Wait, why did only the main body? So it's still separated. Okay, but sure, why not?
It looks like the Gun Carry also might have had its own weapons, being 4 Vulcan guns and 4 missile launchers, but this has never been officially confirmed. And what is also up for debate is whether or not it would have been able to carry the full armor Gundam. According to some sources, it would be able to, but according to others, it wouldn't. However,
How does it even fit in
all
that?
of these developments led to the project being severely delayed, and by the time that they were making good progress, it was cancelled.
What?
By November
War ended.
UC 0079, Amuro Ray and his stock RX-78-2 were simply making short work of Zeon's heavy mobile suits and even their mobile armors.
To be fair, wasn't a lot of that also because Amuro was just kind of a badass?
Something that pulled the entire FSWS project into question, and further work on the heavy Gundam, and presumably also the gun carry, was halted. But this wouldn't be where the story ends. 8 months after the 1-year war, work resumed, and after 6 months, 3 or 4 units of the heavy Gundam were produced.
Okay, I know this is going to sound stupid, but it's in my head and I can't stop thinking it. Does it look like this one's wearing lipstick? Maybe it's just because the chin is red, but I just can't stop seeing that. Hell, I think the same thing here. It looks like it's the goth lipstick. I don't know why I've never thought that for any other Gundam head, but now I'm thinking it and I cannot unthink it. There we go. Ah, sorry. Chair had sunk a little lower than I'm used to. That's better.
And it was also at this time that the machine was officially designated as the FA-78-2 Heavy Gundam. The units were tested out extensively, and even though one of them was lost during an atmospheric re-entry test, they performed just as expected.
Ooh.
Which would then lead you to believe that this machine was adopted by the Federation. But this is not how things went. It was exactly because the Heavy Gundam was a successful assault mobile suit that the Federation rejected it. According to the Gundam Archives book, after the 1-year war, the Federation began to rapidly demilitarize, probably in an attempt...
It did? Oh yeah, because everything was put into the Titans instead, because they were trying to go on hunter-killer, essentially.
...to save money. And you can really see this with the mobile suits that they're using during 0083 and the Grips War. They're mostly upgraded 1-year war machines or stuff they got from Zeon. Something like the Heavy Gundam simply didn't fit with the Federation's line of thinking at the time.
Yeah.
So no more units were produced, and it never...
It is really weird, though, to hear Federation demilitarize. Considering anything in UC, you kind of think, oh yeah, how about we throw more money at building murder? Maybe it's just me thinking that. It's not as egregious as some other universes that Gundam has made, but yeah. Also, Duck, it happens in real life too, save money. Dude, I'm American. Our government doesn't do that.
Never saw widespread adoption.
Save money, I mean. Or stop spending on military contracts because, oh god, the more you know about the military-industrial complex, the more depressing it gets.
However, the units that were already produced supposedly did see some action. But of course, the Federation never officially commented on this.
Wait.
And so...
Wait. Is that a physical propulsion? Oh, that's an... See, here's the thing. I thought this was just really cool art. But because of how this is designed over here, this looks like it's a physical bit added into a physical model. Is this actually just a posed model on a background? Oh, shit. Really good lighting work on that one.
Because of this, their actual combat deployments are shrouded in mystery, speculation, and urban legends, just as with the first full armor Gundam. So, let's go over some of the most common theories. First of all, it is often said that Colonel Den Berserk, a Spec Ops member, piloted a Heavy Gundam and used it to investigate Zeon's top-secret peasant project.
Peasant?
But due to the highly confidential nature of both the operation and the man himself, nothing more is known about this. Next up then, in UC 0081, a full armor Gundam was supposedly involved in the so-called Agartha incident.
I have no idea who any of those characters are. That is complete and utterly new to me. Looked recently drawn, so it could be something within like the last 20 years, but that doesn't say much.
A series of battles took place around the Agartha colony, which led to the colony's destruction.
Oh.
This event was largely covered up by the Federation, but supposed images of the battle and the Heavy Gundam were leaked onto the dark web.
they have a dark webbing Gundam. Just kind of surprised because with all the bullshit going on, I'm surprised they have enough anything to move information around for an internet.
Then in UC 0082, another heavy Gundam was supposedly...
So it's a new manga, the MSVR. See, I'm used to seeing MSV as like Mobile Suit Variation, but it's an actual manga specifically for it. Oh, okay. Huh. Good to know.
Deployed by the Republic of Zeon's defense forces, but was destroyed by Zeon remnants. I can see why the Federation would also want to cover this up.
Yeah.
And then finally in UC 0090, we get a new heavy...
I'm sorry, but can we all acknowledge this guy looks like the most obvious villain ever? And also, like, someone was doing a lot of Marvel reading, and there's like, hey, we can have Kingpin at home here. Yeah.
Heavy Gundam based on Heavy Gundam Unit 2.
Part of the new manga,
which
too.
was requested
Variation
to be
R.
made by Chairman
Okay.
Gulp. Although it was based on the designs of the old machine, thanks to the connections of the Chairman, all of the parts were brand new and up to date, including parts that weren't even in mass production yet. And even a biosensor that was modified with Zeon technology.
The fuck?
Because the Heavy Gundam didn't use the core block system, there was enough empty space left to install it. And to make a long story short, by using the brainwaves of a new type pilot, this system greatly enhances the tracking and responsiveness of the unit that it's installed in. And later on, this Heavy Gundam would also be further upgraded with funnels that are stored in the containers on the left side of the backpack.
Okay. See, every time you hear funnels, usually it's either the villain or very high level good guy Gundam is at that point. But there's no middle ground because funnels are terrifying, man.
The downside of these containers, though, is that they can't recharge the funnels. And for even more firepower, it could also be used with the burst liner.
Oh god, it made a comeback. The giant gun scooter. Also, according to Tomorrow, MSVR actually tells the story of the actual Johnny Raiden during the Neo-Zeon War. Oh, that's what that covers. Huh. Wait, was that fat old man Johnny Raiden as an adult? Wow, or further, older adult. He aged. Wow. Not what I was expecting. The more you know. I'll swear in duck, so America does demilitarize. The last time we demilitarized was 2025. They're still pushing for new designs, man. And I've seen how much some of the costs are. Not to mention the entire... This is something that's only been covered a little, but what you should be looking into is I think it's like a sea drone port somewhere on the eastern coast that they're starting to get the planning for. I'm not sure if they've broken ground, but there's plans for it, which means people are being paid to make said plans. And some of the things that are in there are just... It's like, okay, what happens if we had a mass production of all the crazy stuff that could happen? There's a lot going on.
Which Chairman Gulp also somehow got his hands on. The unit was assigned to the Cyber New Type Ingrid 0, and was of course painted in her trademark Johnny Raiden color scheme.
Ah.
And so, despite
Fangirl. Got it.
being a quote-unquote old machine from the 1 Year War, the Heavy Gundam was still able to perform very well. Oh,
yeah.
And another thing that this version of the Heavy Gundam had access to was an unmanned version of the gun carry. Because it's unknown if any gun carries were built during either the 1 Year War or during the time that the Heavy Gundams were being tested, it is also unknown if this is a brand new unit or not. Going back to UC 0083 then, the Federation was getting worried about the movements of Axis, and therefore in March, they requested the Army to develop a Gundam-type transforming mobile suit that could go and check things out over there.
Zeta, Double Zeta, despite some of my issues with it, there's still really good shows. Again, I'm not saying they're bad shows. Whenever I bitch about Camille, I'm not saying they're bad. I don't say they're being handled well. I think it shows some age, but overall, it's a show that I think, yeah, if you watch it now, you're not going to be disappointed. It's perfectly good.
Another goal of this project was to be a showcase for the Federation civilians.
Yeah.
1 month later then, development of this new machine began at the California base, and they opted to use the blueprints of the Heavy Gundam as a base to...
Really? The blueprints, and you have the blue freaking model on screen? Oh, God, it's so on the nose, I actually respect the audacity even more.
Save on development time. The transformation was kept relatively simple.
Is a shuttle.
And 2 powerful thermonuclear rocket engines were installed on the legs as the machine's main engines.
Of course, they put more nukes
While
on it.
These did perform well in their intended task, they did have a serious impact on the machine's ground performance, though. A lot of the...
What, nuclear-powered rockets in atmosphere sound like a bad idea to you? Oh, wow. There's so many things that honestly just fit, because there aren't most Gundams and most mobile suits something kind of along the lines of nuclear-powered?
Leg's internal space was now taken up by things for these thrusters, severely hampering even basic things like walking. If the terrain wasn't flat, it had to hover instead. It was completed in August of UCW.
And it has the same basic transformation that some of the other Gundams do. Specifically, Cyber new type Gundams. I don't know why I'm forgetting the name of the giant fuck off. It's just huge to make it huge Gundam. Psycho Gundam. I think it's a Psycho Gundam? I think it's a Psycho Gundam. Yeah. Where it's not really a transformation, just pulls the knees up and covers the face. Kind of works, but...
0084 and was named the Shuttle Gundam. And it did succeed in its mission. In November, it took off from the California base, left the atmosphere, and returned.
Oh! Okay, that's what I was misunderstanding. See, I was looking at this going, yeah, that's fine. It probably does fine in orbit. It takes off from the ground. It takes off from the ground. And it looks like they strapped a shuttle to it, but it just can launch itself. Okay.
And it even transformed as intended. And in addition to this,
it blew
there
up.
were even plans to outfit it with optional packs like a high mobility version for space.
Oh, shit.
But again, despite seeming very promising, after its maiden flight, there are no further records of any other flights.
Oh.
So it seems like the machine never got to carry out its intended mission of scouting Axis. Rumor has it that the engine was foobar, and that because of this, it was stored in the Kennedy Spaceport Museum, where it...
I don't know why, but just hearing real places mentioned feels weird. Like, I realize a lot of the ones they mention on Earth are real places, but Kennedy Spaceport specifically, that just... It feels odd, man. Because, like, we're not using real locations. We're using fan locations that just happen to exist. So, like, other than the name of specific items, sure, but Kennedy Spaceport, just so on the nose, it just... I can't get used to that idea. Maybe in 00, where they explicitly said it was the Anno Domini calendar, but that even then...
It would then be confiscated by the Titans to gather info for the development of the Gundam Mark II. The final Heavy Gundam variant then
Still
is
looks
the
cool.
Gunner Gundam. The original story is that after the One-Year War, the Federation's Weapons Development Bureau received a request to develop a mid-range support mobile suit with powerful targeting sensors based on the RX-78-2.
Yeah.
But the machine also needed to maintain the high versatility and mobility that made it so powerful in the first place. And the people from the Federation's Weapons Development Bureau
Give it armor, slow it down.
immediately thought the same thing that you're probably thinking right now. This sounds extremely similar to a machine that we already have, minus the supercharged targeting sensors.
Yeah.
So, taking the data from the Full Armor Gundam and the Heavy Gundam, they set out to develop a sniper version of the RX-78.
I mean, if you just had a sniper version of many of the fuck off cannons, I don't see how that could be a problem. Like, unironically, get rid of all the problems altogether. Yeah.
For the body, they mainly took inspiration from the Heavy Gundam and went with integrated armor parts to save on weight. For the sensor then, they looked to the full armor Gundam. On the right side of the backpack, it received a similar targeting.
I don't know why, and it's probably the color scheme, but it looks like a police Gundam. Yeah, it's probably the color scheme, the red strip, and what almost looks like a bulb back here. Like it should be flashing to get your attention more than anything else.
Sensor, while on the left side, it got a brand new sensor pod, which was filled to the brim with state-of-the-art electronic warfare equipment.
EWAs are the best. Also, according to Steven, the Titans didn't exist for 3 to 4 years, and he deleted his comment. But after the 1 year war. I'm not actually sure of the timeline, because even though I've watched Zeta and Double Zeta, I forgot a lot. Other than, well, it wasn't my favorite. I thought it was perfectly good. I don't mind watching it. I watched the entire thing for that reason.
Not only did they perform well under heavy Minovsky interference, but they could also jam enemies. All of these sensors, though, supposedly also generated such powerful electromagnetic waves that they could also damage the main cameras of the Gundam.
Fuck?
So, as a countermeasure...
Actually, I don't know if that part is unrealistic, because there's a reason that if you have high frequency, heavy intensity scanning, you don't want it to be around other items like that. Electromagnetic interference is a thing. These are probably active scanners, not passive, though. That would be the difference. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would do it.
It got goggle-style shielding, which could be closed when the sensors were active. And finally, for the weapons, it came with 2 head-mounted 60mm Vulcan guns, 2 beam sabers, which are now stored in the calves because there was no more room on the backpack, and a specialized beam rifle that combined Federation and Xeon technology. By linking with the composite sensor on the right side of the head, it was more accurate than the main gun of a cruiser, and it has an output that is 30% higher than that of a standard beam rifle. Nothing is said about its range, but I think it's safe to assume that this was greater as well. The machine wasn't named the RX-78 SP Gunner Gundam for nothing. The Master Archive book then also speculates...
That's the difference. This one has a more cut-off shoulder, where this one's much sharper. And they have extra venting up here. Oh, that's cool.
It's that it might have had missiles on its knees and the right side of the shoulder. Because the armor there looks very similar to that of the full armor Gundams. But even without those, the Gunner Gundam was hitting all of its goals. And in June of UC 080, a mock-up was created using a gym.
Wait,
but
a gym?
Again, this was where the machine would end. Despite its great potential, it was determined that the machine was functionally too similar to the Mudrock Gundam, and the machine was quietly forgotten about.
Admittedly, the Mudrock does look cool. I don't even remember if it's good or not, but I think it does look cool.
Later on then, rumors surfaced that called the Gunner Gundam's development timeline into question. Rather than being requested after the 1 year war, when we go by this rumor, some development might have already been happening during the 1 year war.
Oh!
Because
Dual
a
pistols.
variant of the Gunner Gundam supposedly appeared in it. This unit was called the Full Armor Gunner Gundam, and could have potentially been an earlier version of the concept.
So basically a prototype of a prototype. Huh. I really am looking forward when the card game or any of the others, like the model set Gundam Assemble, get to this point. Because there's so many things that could be so cool about these. And admittedly, I would be very much in favor of the Gundam Assemble one first, just because I like painting models. One sec. Sorry, allergies.
Or some kind of trial version.
Ooh, seeing the glow within
because
the visor.
rather than being a completely new unit with
Got one shot by a
integrated armor like
Zaku.
Gunner Gundam and a Heavy Gundam, it uses removable armor to turn a stock RX-78 unit into something that closely resembles the Gunner Gundam. As a result, the unit is more chonky, and again looks more like the full armor Gundam than a heavy Gundam, but keeps the Gunner Gundam's main features.
The sensors?
The only real differences are that it's got some more weapons. It uses a shield, 2 E2 beam spray guns, which are stored on the calves,
And it was a Zaku
and
1
giant
that got it
beam
too of all
rifle,
of them.
because
Jeez.
why not? And then, as promised in my last video, let's go over one of the original plans for the FSWS project that...
I hate these. I hate these so much. It's like, I know he said there's supposed to be a toy line and they look like a toy line, but the proportions are... It's like the head is big, the arms are big, the legs are huge on all of them, but the torso is at the same time too broad and too short, but also too wide, and it's like they should be cool, but they've just... No. But they're not bad. It's like they're trying to make them super deformed, but they kind of didn't commit to the bit. And they decided to go with close to realistic proportion heads instead of going full on almost cartoonish, even though it's literally based on an animation. It's just like it's halfway between them. And I can't do that, man. It doesn't sit well with me.
didn't get approved.
No.
Allegedly. The PF-781 Perfect Gundam is a machine...
See, this version, though, because it's really good art, looks much better. That's fine.
that the Federation officially denies ever existed.
Yeah.
I wonder why. But it was included in documents that were supposedly leaked from a Federation database, which then of course led to a lot of speculation. But even with this, the most accepted theories
When the "we have Gundam at home" means something very different than the meme suggests.
are that this thing was at most a simulator-only machine, which was scrapped shortly after it was conceived. And rumor also has it that the Perfect Gundam was concocted by a different team than the one that designed the full armor and heavy Gundams. Again, I wonder why. But that's not to say that the Perfect Gundam didn't have some good ideas.
Really?
In theory. To
Kinda
solve
looks like
the
a
problem
beat
of
up
the
Alex.
beam rifle's limited ammo, they took a slightly different approach. They still made a double-barreled beam rifle, but rather than making the barrels exchangeable, they hooked them up to an extra generator that was stored on the back.
Okay.
This generator is then also hooked up to the shoulder-mounted cannon, which, according to most rumors, is a 360mm rocket cannon.
But see, then there's this art, and all I can think is, nah, I'm good. It's like they have so many good images of it. Like, this looks pretty cool. And then this one is like, yeah, the proportions are off again. Also, according to Maru, the Perfect Gundam actually existed in manga, Playmo Kyoshiro, and it didn't just have Bandai as model kit companies. Tamiya were there too. Bandai just took the Perfect Gundam. Oh. And Tamiya, as in the people who just make all of the, well, modeling supplies at this point? Huh. Didn't know they actually made models at the time.
Just like a full armored Gundam.
Makes sense, I guess.
But there are also rumors that it is a massive beam cannon.
What? 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 It got animations? What? I have so many questions.
I prefer
What was
this
that even
theory,
from?
because why else would it be connected to the generator? Its other weapons then are two head-mounted 60mm
still hurts
Vulcan
to look at.
guns, and a shield that has 4 drop mines and 3 beam sabers. And
build
to
series?
compensate for all of this
Oh.
bulk, it got a plethora of extra thrusters that, according to the leaked data,
So I'm being told that is explicitly from Gundam Build Fighters. I thought Gundam Build Fighters was like just peaceful toy making and Gunpla building and you just have Gundams. That did not look like peaceful. What the hell am I missing in Build Fighters? Or is it a different continuity than what I'm thinking altogether? Gundam Build something probably? Yeah. There's definitely something there. It's about Gunpla after all. Okay, so they just have animations that fit with the main Gundam, but it's just Build Fighter still. Still need to check out the show. I've heard it's good.
Totally
weird, though.
Did make up for its lost mobility. The veracity of these claims is
Gundam Assemble is so expensive. Duck?
Lightly,
yes.
As the technology required to make all of this work as intended wasn't even close to available in UC 0079. But if you want to get into even crazier rumors, there's also one.
Speaking of the super deformed, also Duck, that's the price of the G set. Oh. You know what? When I checked out, they didn't have the price listed yet. Oh. I might have to put sales for entire video days because that's going to be a bit... Oof.
About a supposed support craft that definitely wasn't cooked up by the marketing department of a toy company. Meanwhile, over in
small enough, I don't really
version
mind.
Of the Universal Century, then
Ooh.
the perfect Gundam was made, but had a completely different backstory.
Yeah.
To make another long story very short, Daryl and Io have their final showdown, during which both of their machines get heavily damaged. The Zaku 2 high mobility type reuse P device and the full armor Gundam respectively. Zeon got the Gundam, and the Zaku is stolen by a new type monk who wants to rebuild it. Don't ask.
Why? What? I don't... So why do we have a bunch of people who look like they took their helmets off in space and are praying to a flame where there's a body being immolated inside of a Gundam that's being exploded? I don't even want that. I don't... How the... This is... Yeah, to quote Sarah, Thunderbolt gets weird. Yeah, I'm going to agree with that one.
Too many questions. Daryl is eventually reunited with his Zaku on Earth, and a little while later, he gets a new mission. Infiltrate Luna 2. There's only one problem. Two, kinda. The patched up Zaku is only good for use on the ground, and well, it's a Zaku. It's not exactly going to blend in with the Federation's mobile
Hello, Target.
suits. So, they get a genius idea. By combining the frame of the Zaku with the armor parts of the full armor Gundam and its head, they create the perfect Gundam. Not only does this thing resemble the famous RX-78-2, which will allow Daryl to easily slip into Luna 2 airspace, but the conversion also increases the Zaku's performance.
Seriously? Wait, so just putting different armor on a Zaku made it better? Okay. Oh, okay, sure.
The perfect Gundam's armor is 3 times as durable, its thrust is increased by 150%, and its leg thrusters are stronger by 30%. Plus, since it still had the reused P device, it was significantly more reactive and maneuverable than Federation mobile
Hello,
suits.
friends. Hello, targets.
Truly a...
Unironically, why didn't they just upgrade most of the Zakus like this? Because that sounds like it's just an across-the-board win. Or because they just have the capacity to do the same kind of bullshit here. Maybe, I don't know.
Mobile suit worthy of the perfect moniker. I'm sure many pilots would give an arm and a leg to pilot this thing. But that's enough of the FSWS project for now. There are still a few more mobile suits that were developed as part of this project, but just as with the Heavy Gundam, I think it's best to talk about...
Also, Duck, you'd rather play Gundam Assemble with 1/44 scale models? Yes! Unironically, I've heard people explicitly say they're going to do that, and I see this as an absolute win. That just sounds awesome.
...them in their own dedicated video. So don't forget to check out Naraka Blade Point with the link down below. As always, a big thank you to the Patreon supporters.
Oh, man.
Design
All right. And next up, we have the alternate universe Perfect Gundam variants. Wait. So, beyond just the bit we saw from Thunderbolt where things go... Okay. Also, Zero. Because of limited resources, the Zaku was unique. Oh. And the One-Year War was behind technology. Industrially, too, they didn't have the money or industrial to outfit every single MS with lunar titanium. Yeah, that would do it. Which is weird, though, just considering how often they just had brand new prototypes of everything.
Designed to meet Zeon Zaku 2 head-on, the RX-78-2 Gundam was the Federation's ultimate mobile suit. But for some, it could still be made better.
Yeah.
They wanted to turn it into the perfect Gundam.
There's more?
And so they did. With superior firepower, superior armor, and superior thrusters, the PF-78-1 Perfect Gundam was truly perfection.
So this is explicitly more on the alternate universe, so the Gundam build fighter side. And Duck mentioned they're from a magazine. Got it.
On paper. But what if they could make it even better? Perfecter Gundam. And that's just what they did in the September 1984 issue of Comic Bomb Bomb.
That's what it's called?
Let's have a look at what these mad lads were cooking in the 80s.
Why are they all
Designed
off?
by Oda Masahiro, we have the Perfect Gundam Flight Type. Mounted on the right and left side of the backpack, it has the sling pannier wings of the Neo.
I'll be honest, I thought that was going to be Hyaku Shiki, but just super fucked up. Nope, no, it's not. Apparently, it just happens to be very similar design-wise. Okay.
But the wings are now upside down. It might be difficult to see at first, but on the Neo Fam, they're angled slightly upwards, and on the Perfect Gundam, they're angled slightly downwards.
It's vintage? Yeah.
And to increase its flight characteristics, it doesn't seem to be equipped with a twin beam rifle or the
Also, I'd like to say, even though I'm bitching a lot, the paint job on this is actually very nice. There's a ton of weathering details and rust aspects that legitimately show whoever's doing the paint job for this model, they're overpaid, man. Sorry, not overpaid. Underpaid and over-delivering. There is significant work on this thing. Like, you see the mold lines where it's rubbing off on here because it looks like it's heavily used. Like, they went to town on this, and it looks really nice.
Meaning that its only weapons are the cannon and the Vulcan guns. The final changes then are that the head has been slightly modified and that the color scheme is now green and cream, which is based on a color scheme of the Vifam that wasn't used. Next,
I wonder if that did actually inspire the Hyakushiki. Also, according to Duck, and it's a bunch of legendary mechanical designers doing a fun thing. Kit bash with limited parts at a time, all fan work. Oh, so the reason it looked like someone really went to town on it is because someone really went to town on it. Actually, that makes a lot more sense now.
Designed by Ozawa Katsumi, we have the perfect full armor Gundam with shooting action. As the name indicates, this is a combination of the perfect Gundam and the full armor Gundam.
Okay.
Turning it into perhaps one of the truest, most perfectest Gundams around. The base model is the Perfect Gundam, but all of its energy pipes have been removed, and it now has the buckler shield, the twin beam rifle, and the backpack of the full armor Gundam.
Full armor.
Plus, the Perfect Gundam's leg armor has been modified with vents and thrusters of the full armor Gundam.
Okay.
But there is more than meets the eye with the backpack, because not only is it a beam cannon instead of a rocket cannon, but it can also shoot toothpicks, which is where the shooting action in the name comes from. And it has enough force to knock down.
And they had the actual cardboard cutouts of the enemies. Oh, man.
Lightweight targets like ones made from paper. And for the coloring, the base color is copper to give it a sense of weight, followed by extensive dry brushing.
Yeah.
Our next Perfect Gundam then is the ARV Gundam, designed by Kawaguchi Katsumi. It's the most extensively modified unit that we've seen so
This is so cool. Like this one, I actually really like the look of it. They added so many extra details in so many different ways. It's still deformed, but it's deformed in a way that looks like it's extra armor more than anything else. And it kind of works. Maybe I'm just weird that way, but I kind of actually like it.
Far, and it's inspired by the ARV armor and the shield.
Huh. So this was the most kit bashed, yeah. Like visibly the most. Damn.
The only thing that I couldn't locate, and also
The head?
wasn't described, was where the backpack came from.
Oh.
But that wasn't a problem at all with the Perfect Gundam VF1S designed by Kusakari Kenichi. The machine is painted in the colors of the VF1S, used by the famous Roy Fokker. The energy pipes have been removed as well.
Yeah, Macross, man. I like Robotech. I just wish that they actually animated the ending instead of just reapplying their own storyline to 3 separate stories, because the story they were telling was actually good. The animation was not what the story was. That's why Macross holds up really well. And the rest of them you can kind of just like nod and roll your eyes at because like, don't ask questions. Yeah. But again, I still recommend Macross as its own thing because it does look so cool. And the paint job's fine.
The shield and a twin beam rifle, and instead of its
Need to
own
rewatch this.
backpack, it now has the Fast Pack. These packs have powerful thrusters and missile launchers, and this specific variant also has a twin beam cannon. I will say though that they missed out with the name here.
Oh?
Because in Macross, when a Valkyrie is equipped with the Fast Pack, it is referred to as either a Super Valkyrie or a Strike Valkyrie. So instead
We almost had a Strike Gundam before Seed. We almost had it, didn't we?
of Perfect Gundam VF1S, they could have gone
Super
for the
perfect.
Super Perfect Gundam.
Ah, that
Or,
works
you
too.
know, the Perfect Super Gundam, Strike Perfect Gundam,
Perfect
or
Strike
Perfect
Gundam.
Strike Gundam.
Yep.
But now for something completely different. The Aura Battler Gundam, designed by Ishijiro. It uses the sword and backpack of the Bachun, the shield of the Schwartz, and then just
Bugs.
a lot of scratch building to make this Perfect Gundam less of a mobile suit and more of an Aura Battler.
Yeah.
But if you look closely,
It has
you
the head.
can still see that the face has some Hallmark Gundam features. Next up then, we have another kit with Vifam parts.
I know this is not where they were going for right here, but I look at this helmet right here and all I can think is, oh yes, Commander Big Helmet. That's all I'm going to see. I don't care about the rest. That's all I'm going to think about it. It's just Big Helmet with the faceplate turned up.
The Black Perfect Gundam, designed by Tsuda Makoto. But this time around, I don't think that the builder tried to replicate the feeling of a Vifam machine, but rather just went with parts that looked cool.
Yeah.
True to its name, the machine is painted in matte black, and it has some parts from the Were puppet
The
Twinklehead,
fuck?
being the rocket gun and the shoulder parts, which
I wonder if it actually was just to explicitly somehow related to Darth Vader. Timeline-wise, I have no idea.
I believe are used
Thought
to
Star Wars
create
was out
that
already.
very unique looking head. Other modifications include the canisters on the side skirts
Yeah.
now being horizontal, modifying
You
the
say
chest
Strike
armor,
Gundam.
modifying the backpack, and removing the arm-mounted equipment.
Yeah, that'd do it.
After all of these
The
anime-inspired
fuck?
Perfect Gundams then, we now have a movie-inspired Perfect Gundam.
What?
The Daimajin Gundam.
Movie
Designed
inspired.
by Togawa Yu. Daimajin can be translated to Great Demon, and is also the name of the character that this thing is based on,
Oh.
as well as the movies that it stars in. Daimajin, Return of Daimajin, and Daimajin Strikes Again.
I don't know the character, but I'm not usually up on a lot of movies from the 80s, let alone what looks like Japanese. I wouldn't say Sentai, or maybe it is Sentai. I don't know.
And when you compare the Daimajin Gundam with the actual Daimajin, it immediately becomes apparent how good of a job that the modeler did.
Yeah,
Helmet,
it does
shoulder
look
pads,
good.
and skirt armor are scratch built with claw plates and a product called Fando.
What?
Now, at first, it was actually pretty difficult to find any information about what this Fando thing was.
Is it just clay?
I didn't know what
Putty?
it was. I just had the name of the thing.
It's in G
and I
Gundam?
didn't
Yeah.
know if they were referring to like a technique that he used or a product that he used, or if it was just some random word in there that meant something else. And the big problem was that it was spelled the exact same way as fund in Japanese. So I kept getting money advice. But it seems to be a brand of modeling clay.
So it actually is just clay. Why don't I just do that for some of the models I need to kit bash? Because I forgot I could do that. That is a very valid point I should probably have thought about. I did not think about that.
And then for the rest of the body and
It looks
also the legs,
really good,
they were
though.
equally coated with Fando, which was then cut into a pattern resembling
But could it
the
beat
Daimajin's
the Windmill
armor.
Gundam?
The one thing that the modeler
The
then
unbeatable
finds
Gundam.
unfortunate, though, is because of that liberal use of Fando, a lot of the joints got really obstructed, which then
Oh.
really limited the model kit's mobility. And these 80s model kits didn't have a lot of mobility to begin with, so that's really saying something. Kits didn't have a lot.
I'm going to be honest, though. It kind of holds up. Like, it's old. It looks as old as it is, but it's not a bad kit. Like, I have seen far worse ones. So if you're willing to paint it, this is a good starting point. It doesn't look bad now if it was sold for really cheap.
A lot of mobility to begin with, so that's really saying something
Huh.
here. The snippet then ends by saying that while it feels less like a Gundam now,
Also, I'm being told by Zero, Star Wars Episode 4 came out in 1977, 2 years before 0079 anime. Yeah. Huh. Damn.
it does have an aura of like strength and power surrounding it. And yes, I do agree with the fact that this thing looks awesome and that it is exuding like a kind of
Final boss.
stately, imposing power. But at the same time, I do still think that it feels like a Gundam, especially compared to some of the other customs in this article.
Yeah.
Even without that, I feel that this thing feels right at home with the Musha Gundams.
Yeah.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, also debuted in the same Plamo Kyoshiro manga.
Oh, these are even semi-official. Ooh. Okay. Hey, Max, thank you for the 2 jewels for the start. Thanks, man. Also, Mr. Gundam is Star Wars with giant robots. Oh. And next you're going to tell me that Star Wars is going to try and copy Gundam in reverse and just have a sequel or a redo that's kind of a start over with characters who are not exactly well loved but are famous enough to get everyone into it and has some design decisions that are kind of controversial. I mean, that would be crazy, man. What are the chances of that happening? Although it is kind of funny considering the original Star Wars was literally just a copy and paste of Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress.
As the perfect Gundam. And then finally, we have
Oh, that's
the
a lot smaller than I
perfect
thought.
Gym, designed by Kondo Kazehisa.
Oh shit, it actually looks good.
And yes, that Kondo Kazehisa.
Oh, that's why it looks good.
Because in addition to creating some... That, designed by Kondo Kazehisa.
You know, yeah, that, like, out of all of them, this is the first one where my first thought isn't, yeah, let's not talk about it. This is, that legitimately just looks good. And we see why.
Because in addition to creating some really cool Gundam manga, he also likes building Gundam model kits. Unfortunately though, there's just not too much to say here because it is the most straightforward of the bunch.
Just looks
It
good.
literally is the perfect Gundam, but with a gym head and also a more gym-like color scheme and some
Yeah.
extra markings. But that's not to say that I don't like this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Quite the opposite, actually. I got some comments about the full armor parts with the gym in my full armor
they
Gundam
work?
development history video.
I mean, they're all kind of based on the same
I
thing.
also think that that is potentially a great idea. Because when you think about it, the Gundam is already perfectly fine as is. It's kicking ass, doing exactly what it's supposed to, and doesn't have any problems at all. So why not give a machine a boost that could actually use one? Like the gym. in order to mass produce it, it got weaker armor and its standard weapon was downgraded.
Yeah.
The two main things that both the full armor and perfect add-on parts tried to address.
Oh shit, is there actually a perfect gym variant out there? Ooh, also, I'm going to pull this up because I think it's fun. The fight scenes in Char's counterattack were shown to Lucas, and it inspired the lightsaber fights in episodes 1 to 3 because of Char and Amuro fighting in Char's counterattack. Oh my god, that's kind of awesome.
It's almost a match made in Gundam heaven. And yeah, what better way is there to end a video about the perfect Gundam with a perfect gym? Truly perfect.
Perfection.
So as always,
even.
a big thank you to the perfect Patreon supporters. I hope everyone has a perfect day, and I'll see all of you perfect beings
perfectly
next
tomorrow.
time.
I think you work one more perfect in there. Failed.
With the
okay, let's see. Let's see how far into are we. Okay, we got 2 more, and I'm going to take a quick break because I am currently suffering from a lack of caffeine. I just realized there's a green coloration to this mug. It does not always appear, but yes, as you can see, there is a lack of coffee in there. I need to go fix that. But when we get back, we have the GOG. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but I don't care because it's funny this way. The GOG and the Capul, cursed, development history. I don't know, I read Capul as cursed for some reason. Followed by, and this is the part I'm really looking for, Shining and God Gundam. Again, I pulled these two back to back, and I'm laughing my ass off of it. If you want to check it out, the live stream of that polling session, not the way I should say that. Card pack opening session is currently live on my channel right now. Oh, hey, Blaze1, thank you very much too. I'll pull up your comment. Hey, just watch your video on the Mark 14. Ooh, yeah, that was a thing. If you want to check out a video on the dangerous incompetence, check out Drax's video on the Battle of Tassafrung. I'm not even going to say that. It's a part of a series covering the Guadalcanal. Oh, no. Oh, that's not going to be good. I mean, it'll probably be a really good video, but oh, no. We're adding to the list. Yeah. Oh, since Mad Aussie isn't here, I better take that out. And these, I think, were ones last week that just lost. We'll move them down. All right. Here we go. They're back in. Okay. Not sure why that's there, but okay. There we go. All right. Just going to go here, let the camera cool down a bit so we can finish everything without it, losing anything. Also, Zero, the drinking game, every time the word perfect is used in that video. Zero, I cannot recommend that because I do not recommend drinking games with my channel in general because usually it's take it a sip every time I fuck up a word or miss something. And within the first 10 minutes, you're usually utterly shit-faced. Not the best option. Yeah, just going to say it's. I just saw what's later in the list. As you can see, I'm a little bit enjoying the idea that the Wing Zero is coming up soon. Nice. Yes. Yeah. Did we have a goal today, Taryn? I didn't know how long I'd be streaming today because my wife is in the other room and she doesn't know about Tim Curry yet. So I haven't set one because we might have to end the stream really fast. And when she finds out, because it's going to utterly screw with her and she's not going to be happy. Yeah. But right now, I'll be right back. I'm going to get coffee and I'll see you guys in just a minute. Alrighty then. And we're back. I have solved the problem of not having enough coffee by getting coffee. I'm not going to tip it forward for anyone to see, which I was going to do, and then I realized that's stupid. Occasionally, I think through my actions. And then I wake up. Okay, maybe the milk is spoiled a little. Oops. Excuse me. Sorry, I usually like to mute if I cough. All right, so we're going to move on to the next one, which is the Gog and Kapool, the development history for those, and then finishing off with the Shiny and God Gundam. I know they have the pre-release for... You okay? My wife just found out about Tim Curry. Sorry, I didn't want to make you upset. Be right back. All right, so I talked to my wife. She found out about Tim Curry passing. And I broke the news to her about everyone else who also went and didn't. So, yeah. It's been one hell of a last 2 days, huh? Yeah. If anyone didn't know about the passing of Tim Curry, I am so sorry I'm the guy breaking that to you. And also about Dolly Parton yesterday. So it's literally been less than 24 hours. I joked about Danny DeVito, and my wife immediately told me to shut the fuck up. Yeah, he got her distracted from the everything else, though, so I think it worked. Yeah. It's been a hell of a week, and it's only Wednesday. No, Steven, not in 2 days. It's been within the same 24-hour period, because I think it was later in the day. And Hayden Panettiere, yeah, earlier this month. Yeah. I wonder what Friday will bring. Also, if something does happen Friday or Saturday, and this is not actually a joke by the end of the week, I am so sorry. Like, normally this is where I'd be joking, like, what are the chances of that? But it's been one hell of a month so far, and there's a very good chance that it's not over yet, and we will find out. So I'm just going to say, fuck, in advance, and just to say I'm sorry for whatever I happened to jinx. Yeah, and Steven, your birthday is on Sunday? If you have any favorite artists or people, 1, happy birthday. 2, maybe don't look up if anything happened on that day. Yeah. Golden, want to end the stream early? Nah, she's fine. My wife's okay. The initial shock hit and she got through it. Now, if it actually was Danny DeVito, then it would literally be we're ending the stream right away. And her sister, who, yeah, that's, yeah, the one I'm moving stuff for, which is why we don't have a stream Saturday. Oh, yeah, she's going to be inconsolable. Yeah. But also, I am going to be stocking up on cheese later, just in case, because, well, my wife's putting on a brave face right now. Yeah, cheese will be a necessity. Yeah. Also, I'm going to just distract myself entirely with something nonsensical and stupid. Just, I need to double check something quickly. If I'm right, see, there were a bunch of gifted memberships that came in, except they haven't expired yet. And, yeah, that number is numbering. That number is numbering quite a bit. It is backwards. You cannot read it backwards. I just realized that. So, yeah, I need to update something. Yeah, Duck, it's a terrible day for rain. Yeah, we had Ultra Kill as the guaranteed at the beginning of the month. I didn't expect to get here this year. Now, I legitimately think we need an immediate goal for like 1,200 because what the hell? I mean, nice problem to have, but also, so unironically, we need to start setting goals for what to do after Deltarune. Yeah, also, Midden, can I check Discord for more kits? No, they've been posting, and by they, I mean Duck and everyone here, Really Like Pie, Steven. Everyone in my Discord has been posting some honestly beautiful model kits, and I'm just staring at them going, ah! Also, it's actually raining where you're at, Duck. Oh, shit. Well, hope you stay dry then. But also, it's a terrible day for rain regardless. Yeah, so I'm going to need to set some goals. So, what do we got? We have a few things here. I'll set a poll quickly. This will be the This is the goal for 1,200 members, which sounds honestly bullshit to even have a number that high, but okay. Also, Taryn, I learned of Tim Curry's passing from your chat. I am so sorry. At the beginning of the stream, I am really sorry. It really sucks, especially since the one place that isn't corrupted by capitalism. Space! Meme guy of RA3. Yep. And so many other things. Oh, yeah. So we have a few things here. We could do Interloper. Greatest ARG ever created. A 1,000 build stream. Duck, we can't do the 1,000 because we already have that. As Iron Lung. I'm not okay with this. Also, I need to actually buy the setup to directly top mount a camera going straight down. And I don't know where to find that. And I can't build that because I am not mechanically inclined and I legitimately might not have the space to attach anything else up here. Yeah, I didn't arrange things well, so it's very jury-rigged off camera. And covered by paint. Usually paint bottles. Yeah. What are the other ones? Command and Conquer. For obvious reasons, that might be a good choice. Armor Core Lore. And I don't really think these are big enough to count for something. What's a good game? Like, these are videos, right? Actually, no, we have 2 large videos right now. Let me just double check how big this one is, for example. Oh, that's a 4.5 hour video. Yeah, it's a 4.5 hour video with Tim Curry on the thumbnail. Yeah. Wait, Duck, what do you mean Friday is a 60 new member? Oh, no. Unrelated, but is Crazy Yuri's series on list? I thought it was, but let me double check. Yeah, it's on the list. Pretty close to the top, too. We'll probably be through it. Not today, but it's also one of those things where it sounds really good. There's a lot on the list. Again, if someone does that, for example, let me just do this. It's on the list. Now it's at the top of the list. Excuse me. Yeah. What are the other options? Okay, I need options for different things to do. You know what, Doc? You put it in there. A Gunpla build Staram. We need one more option. Not interested in Zoids lore? No, Adrian. I love Zoids. I've actually watched a lot of them. That's just awesome. And Taryn, can we watch the StarCraft 2 Wings of the retrospective by Grant instead? How long is it? Because if it's not long enough, I'm not going to put it here. Let me just double check quickly. It's at the line where I could, but considering how many members that is, I don't feel that would be the best way to do it. Oh god, you're in 2 birds, 1 stone, Duck? Oh no. Community game stream. Golden, that's actually what I'm looking at. What would be a good option? Because we have quite a few of them already. Like just general videos. We did Ultra Kill. We got the onesie stream. Oh god, yeah, we did the onesie stream. What would be good? I don't actually know. Hey, sup, Kryn? We got Subnautica in VR 2000, and dear god, the closer we get to that one, the more I realize that is going to be really painful because I, 1, did not understand just how expensive VR headsets were, and 2, I'd have to get one, and they're only going up in price. Gundam Battle Operation. How about this one, guys? If a bunch of people just drop in, we'll just put Gundam Battle Operation in here. There's a lot of Gunpla in this thing. Hmm. I think I might double up on these. Like, this one will do an either or depending on people here. Because it's two Gundam things back to back, I'd rather leave them in here and just let chat decide on this one. But if this one's, we'll figure it out. But I'd like one other thing, like one other game. Darkest Dungeon? No, that one's already on the list. And Incrin, let you know that you found a video I should watch before Darkest Dungeon. Oh, I have no idea what it is, but that might be interesting. Well, I mean, we'll have to find out what happens. And Darkest Dungeon has time because we have to finish the Magic the Noah 9-hour playlist, which will be this Sunday. We'll finish it, and then we'll start. I can't stop today. Start. There we go. On Darkest Dungeon. Yeah. And Crin, I attempted the hardest Nuzlocke in gaming. Oh God. Also, Typhlodex. What about the lore of Dark Souls? The problem with that is I have binged a lot of those on my own time for a while now. There's a non-zero chance I might have already watched them. Yeah, it's the problem with a lot of Elden Ring videos as well, because some of them I haven't seen. A lot of them I kind of have. Yeah, it's like I like lore videos in general, and I watched a lot of them. We need one other big game option. What would be a good choice? Something to really hammer home that many absurd members. If you guys got ideas, I'm willing to look for them. Oh, and Cyber Dragoon 1, thank you very much too. Throwing the impact of Duel Masters in the TCG world as a random vid download. Would you believe I literally got recommended this morning and I nearly clicked on it, except I was waiting for the eyeglass appointment, which is why the stream started late, and they called me in before I could click on it. There was a very big chance I would have already watched that today. But yeah, I'll add that in. But I legitimately nearly watched that before the stream today. Just on my own time in a waiting room. Xenoblade. Oh. This one. That would be a thing. Also, Necro. I've actually already played Armored Core 6 on stream. Like when it came out. I sucked really bad. It's fun. I'm just really bad at it. Maybe Xenoblade. Rainworld? No. No. No, I want to get a game that I can actually try. That would not do it. Also, release the Pointless Hub videos. Oh, they're already scheduled. Yeah, I just have a big backlog. But they're already scheduled. And I'll add more in as soon as I get more recorded. Just the thing is, we've been recording more than I release every week, so there's a very big and growing thing. Members, like at the $2 level, just the clean shaven, they get access to everything scheduled, which is about a month of videos at this point, actually. Most of September is already scheduled, except for like 1 or 2 days, including multiple of the I think all of the Pointless Hub videos, as well as a bunch of other stuff from America Wizard, and all of the Harry Potter America Wizard ones. They just came out recently. But then we also have the America Wizard 40K stuff for Madman in general. I could do AC6. Wait, AC6 has co-op. Huh. Maybe. I might do that as a double up in the same way of Gunpla Build Battle Operation 2. AC6 co-op, and the other one would be StarCraft. I probably wouldn't... Oh, you want to do the remastered Path of RTS? I probably don't want to do the first one because I saw the art for it, and I just don't like it. Yeah, art style is a big thing. Up for Xenoblade lore? Here's the thing about Xenoblade. I've never played them, but I loved Saga. Love them. And I have Xenogears, like the actual PS1 game. Play them out of order, but I have them. So I was really interested in seeing what happened in Xenoblade, and I looked it up and I binged them, and holy shit, they are connected universes. I thought they were just aesthetically similar. Nope. But I might have already seen those lore videos. And admittedly, they were cool. Helldivers 2. Okay, you know what? Sure, we could drop that one in. As long as it doesn't break like last time. All right. StarCraft, Helldivers. There, that works perfectly. So if this one wins, I will probably just leave it up. And I would like to mention one thing here. If we do a build on stream, it is going to be a master grade. It'll be a big video. I will need to probably take my time doing this one, but I won't just do a high grade, which admittedly I kind of like. We're going big on this thing for full on what the fuck purposes. I'd say perfect grade, but no. I don't think I could get away with that. It would be fun, but it would be so expensive on top of having to buy legitimate frameworks to hold a camera straight down. Oddly enough, I have my previous camera, so buying a camera is not one of the expenses. It's literally a frame to hold it, and then making sure I don't fuck it up. That's the hard part. The last one is the problem. All right, I think we just need to take this one down a bit, make it a little smaller. Battle Operation 2 or an MG Gunpla build. The perfect grade unicorn. Golden? How much is the PG unicorn? I'm actually curious about this. Oh, God. How bad could it... Oh. My wife said she's about to commit fuckery. I'm not going to ask what she means. Oh, God. Oh, I'm sorry. The cheap ones are $170. That's on sale. The perfect grade new Gundam is $700. Okay, the perfect grade Strike Freedom actually looks pretty cool. That's oh. Some of them I don't actually get why. And a lot of them are sold out. Okay, what's actually in stock? Oh, there's only a handful in stock that are perfect grade. So we got the new Gundam, which is a no. We got the Seed of Stray, which is... out of all of them, I'd probably go Strike Freedom because it looks better than the high grade I got. The high grade just doesn't do it. USEGs? The what? Oh, the story. Yeah, it's just what came up first. Double Riser really just doesn't... But then... Oh, wait, just the LEDs alone on that one. Oh. Mobile Suit Gundam, Perfect Grade Unleashed, new Gundam LED unit. This is just the LEDs for it. Oh. And also, Doc, remember your 10% off they give for signing up. That actually matters a ton. That legitimately does matter. Oh, God. I need to get that off screen. That legitimately caused me to have just like a price murder me thing. LEDs are overpriced. Yeah. Oh, God. Hey, sup, Allie? Unicorn or Banshee? Okay, if we're not going that, if we're not doing that, what would just master grade look like? Okay, one, there's a lot. What would a master grade Gundam look like? Oh. Okay, still expensive, but... Oh. Ooh. 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 Okay, no, what's in... Oh, a lot of them are in stock. What the... Okay, I have no idea what that is, but that's cool. Barbatos. Oh, God, I don't even know what that is, but that's Epion. It's only $50? They got, oh, the original heavy arms. They got the gold, actually metallic gold. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. I'll be honest, the wing doesn't actually hold up. I like wing. That art just doesn't do it. Some of these are better than others. Some of them are a little... Then we got the Musashi Gundam, which is just cool looking. Like, the fuck? What did... I don't... That's such a cool unit, but I can't stand the clear see-through. Oh, God. The cheaper one is the ball. Yeah. A lot of third party. Yeah. Some of them look really good. Some of them don't. And, oh, God, they have the extra kit. And, oh, they have the full armor unicorn in stock. I mean, it's $100. But on the other hand, you know what? For my wallet, I hope this one doesn't win because, oh God, I would probably let you guys choose which master grade to grab, and I just build it on stream. I have to figure out how to ooh, Red Astray. That's cool. Oh, Mecha Wolf Warrior, Crystal Envoy. I don't know what's going on there, but that's pretty neat. No, I need to close this. Oh, no, we're not looking at that. We're not looking at that. Also, the full armor unicorn is a bit of a brick. Yeah, but it looked cool. I mean, how bad could it be? And Brother Sergeant, $50 is your upper limit when you buy Gunpla kits. Yeah, but that's also one of the reasons I'm saying that if we do that, it'll be for a member goal. Because one, sure. So whatever you guys pull up will be going in here right after Deltarune. I didn't think... Mr. Midian, put a budget limit? I don't think any master grades are going to break that budget. If I said perfect, the budget would be broken. Utterly. But just for perfect, I think we have options here. And Taryn, also, why am I thinking we're going to end up building a ball? Because that would be the most troll option, yeah. Dude, if you play Gundam Battle Operation, we're going to jump you. What? I have... Oh, God. I see where most of the votes are going. I'm going to leave this one up. Huh. People really want to see that interloper video, huh? Oh, also, completely unrelated, but, just, gonna throw it out. Let's see. I'm maybe looking at some of those models and unrelated to anything. Maybe we just need to have a goal. Just a goal. Just a goal. Yeah, that doesn't work. I was thinking, like, if I just put it there instead for, like, a hour-long vid, or, like, an hour and a half, but that doesn't really work. You can get the 160 ball kit. Oh, my God. Yeah, also, the pole is invisible here. That's weird. Yeah, I think I know what's going to win. We're going to let this run for the entire stream and find out what does win at the end. And then we'll have to do another poll tomorrow before we do. And Kryn, can I have a donation goal for $500 that is the building stream of a model that is up to $300? I don't know how long it would take, Kryn. If someone does 500 to just build a model on stream, I would probably honor that, yeah. Yeah, I'd probably honor that. Now, the shipping to get it to me and the times that I'm not even going to guess when it would happen. But if someone dropped $500 to say, hey, here's a kit, build it on stream, I'd do it, yeah. Unless it's all stickers. I would just cry. Like, it would just be a me crying stream. There would be nothing else. I would just be crying. And it would hurt. A lot. Because stickers. So many stickers. No, never mind. But yeah, if we did that, Kryn, I would honor that. Granted, keep in mind, with YouTube's cut, I don't actually get that much from it. A significant proportion of it does go to YouTube. But that's fine. If someone does it, I'll do it regardless. Or, if I end up looking at Pointless Hub, the Cloverfield video, I want to suggest an Inside Mind, Let's Fix the Cloverfield franchise as a companion video. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll add them to the list. The problem with the list is, one, it's bolding a lot of things that are not supposed to be bold. Okay, we have it in. It is now in the list. Alrighty then. I'm going to let this run for a bit. That should be long enough for the camera to have cooled down. Okay, it is. It is physically cooler. We can now finish the rest of these videos without the camera dying on me. And we will find out what video you guys want. Oh, I should probably mention, because this is a two-parter, I'm going to let it go after this video. When this one's done, I'm going to then choose these two options for you guys to vote on. If it's a MG or a Gunpla building stream or Battle Operations 2. So if you want to kick my ass, Battle Operations. If you want to torture me by choosing a Master Grade Gundam that is nothing but stickers, please don't. Yeah. That'd be a thing. Moving on. Camera's back. Nothing. I think it's a little off on the corner. There we go. All right. And next up, we're going to be checking out the GOG and the Cappool development history from the Gundam development history from Kakarot197. I don't really know what we're getting into here because I honestly just forgot these two mechs. Don't know why. I mean, they're probably fine. I'm assuming grunt units, but I'm just pulling a blank on them. Maybe they're from F97 for all I know, but I don't remember them. If they are from F97, though, that'd be pretty cool.
The conquest of Earth in full swing, Zeon began to rapidly convert their Zakus for specific regions. But while the Zaku was able to do very well under gravity, it didn't perform so well underwater.
Oh, is this going to be the mechs in
the
water?
The Zaku Marine type had poor underwater mobility, and its waterproof joints weren't waterproof. Two very important things for an amphibious machine.
How come such a stupid model has such cool effects added to it to actually look like it's water being moved around with bubbles everywhere? That is legitimately so incredibly cool. Oh.
Still, 5 initial trial units were made, and later on, an additional 2 would also be made.
Why?
And while they weren't successful as combat units, they would provide Zeon with important data.
Recon.
With this data,
they're cheap and not as hard.
Would be the first to see success.
The Zimad?
Rather than putting all of their eggs in one basket, they were working on 2 different machines, leading to an internal competition. And the first one of these 2 was the MSM-02 Hydro Test.
I realize what it looks like. He looks like he's wearing a baseball helmet with how the eye shade is going. Yeah.
Type.
Seafood mechs.
Although it stuck close to the design of the Zaku, the unit was made more streamlined and was outfitted with hydrojets, resulting in an improvement of its underwater capabilities by about 10 to 20%. Its reactor then was borrowed from the Dom and would be cooled using seawater. Another big improvement for...
Okay, for anyone wondering, on the one hand, seawater, if you're at low enough temperatures, is very cold. The problem with that being, there's a lot of salt. And that would be a lot of buildup IRL. So if you have a way to take care of that, cool, that works. Because if you're dealing with a lot of very hot things, it might have the salt basically flash onto it. There's issues that come up, and not just that, but how they handle it, all the other detritus in the water, unless it's just ambiently radiating out into it somehow. But if they're taking it into the workings of the machine itself, ooh, yeah.
For the Hydro Test type. And finally, its weapons were also better.
Nice. Also, according to Knight, you played Gundam Journey to Jabro and hated finding the Gogs. They were just stupidly tanky and refused to go down. Oh, God.
Consisting of 2 6-tube missile launchers mounted on the shoulders, 2 6-barreled Vulcan guns mounted on the forearms, 2 pop-up 70mm Vulcan pods on the backpack, and 4 anti-air/anti-ship missiles also mounted on the backpack. It was also planned to be outfitted with beam weapons,
One-man
but
sub.
for unknown reasons, these plans never materialized.
Maybe they don't work as well underwater? I thought
but
they did.
while the Hydro test type laid a foundation for future marine mobile suits, it unfortunately did not succeed.
Yeah.
Its on-land performance was lower than expected, and it failed to meet the requirements set by the Xeon High Command. Because of this, it would lose out to Zermatt's other machine, the GOG. But
That I've
not
seen.
before a few units.
Okay, so this is definitely one of the units where I've seen before. I've seen animations with it. I think one of them was Unicorn. It is a terrifying looking mech, more than even some of the regular Xeon designs. Did not know what the name was.
Would be produced. Most likely because at the time, it was either this machine or nothing.
Yeah.
And then once the GOG was ready for mass production, they immediately shifted over. But before we talk more about that amazing machine, I first want to tell you about this video's sponsor.
Hey. Yeah, Gundam. They do look cool, damn you. You're not going to get me that easy.
First
Except you
saw
might.
the light of day as the MSM-031 prototype GOG.
Oh.
A unit with heavy armor to withstand the pressure.
Why do I think this was designed around a sumo? Like, am I the only one thinking that? It's the stomach, like the very round and rotund thing. Also, I really like kelpie pies. It was a Kapool in Unicorn. Oh, okay. Recognize the design somewhere.
Of the deep sea.
Still don't know the name apparently.
And the first Xeon mobile suit to be armed with a mega particle cannon.
Oh.
This unit was built inside
So it's
of
not just a belly
colony,
button laser.
And while they were able to do some underwater
The
testing,
Code Fairy campaign, Steven?
the
Oh, maybe.
waters inside of a colony were of course still very different from the depths of the oceans on Earth.
Maybe they had oceans.
So as soon as they could, they shipped it out to Earth for further testing, where several problems then would come to light.
Oh.
First
Pressure?
of all, the mega particle cannons weren't as effective as they thought when used underwater. So
Really?
a secondary ranged weapon would be needed for
Oh.
underwater combat. The proposed solution was a torpedo pod that could be attached to the lower arms,
Yeah, it may make
but
sense.
before this could be implemented, another problem was discovered. This time, with the arms. They couldn't handle the water pressure at the required depth for long enough. And
Yeah, that could be a problem. I hear 9 out of 10 people that are disarmed don't use them.
the solution for this problem was to completely redesign them. They were going to make them retractable into the thick shoulder armor. So, instead of a traditional structure, the engineers now developed something that is called the bellows armor, which would allow the arm to scrunch together, just like a bellows, and the shoulders then would get a special double-jointed structure that would allow part of the arm to withdraw into the torso.
That's unironically a cool design idea. Just storage away. Kind of surprised they haven't done that with the feet of all things.
This would then protect them from the water pressure while cruising, but did of course also mean that that torpedo pod idea
But wouldn't the water pressure still be on them because that's not watertight and sealed? This is one of those don't ask questions, it works, and we're going to ignore most of the details.
had to be scrapped.
Yeah.
Instead, the GOG would get 2 torpedo tubes in its abdomen next to those mega particle cannons.
Not bad.
What was also changed about the arms was that the fingers were now replaced with the iron nail claws.
Oh.
These were designed to
That's why
be
they're so
sharp enough
sharp.
to tear through the bottom of an aircraft carrier, and as a consequence,
So again, it's basically a sub with melee. Yeah, that kind of works.
were also strong enough to damage Luna titanium alloy.
Oh, shit.
What the finalized GOG
Huh. The moment where bullets don't do anything, but just a claw attack does.
then also had, that the prototype didn't, was the Freezy Yard. A gel-like substance that could be launched from the GOG's head, which would then completely envelop the machine. This gel would then not only make the GOG harder to pick up on sonar,
What?
but it would also protect it from mines and depth charges.
Oh, so it's basically ablative. I'm not sure why it'd work less on sonar because it's a giant unless it actually just absorbed the responding wave so it didn't send out a response back. In the same way that we deal with radar responses by just not sending the signal back, such as just weirdly designed ships or aircraft. Maybe.
The downside, though, was that the entangled mines still needed to be ditched somehow, and that the gel also blocked the Gawk's water intake, which was of course crucial for cooling its powerful reactor. So despite being very useful, it had to be used sparingly. Still, it would prove to be a great success in breaking through Federation blockades.
Yeah?
And the launcher that fired these Freezy Art rounds.
Oh, I love these. Again, I've mentioned it before and I'll probably mention it again. The cutouts where you see everything going on, these are works of beauty, man.
Could also fire other projectiles like signal flares.
Oh, neat.
What is debated, though, is its final weapon. In the
Head laser?
anime, we see the Gawk firing two mega particle cannons that are mounted on the side of its head. But these are never mentioned as part of its weaponry
Animation error?
in any source that I'm aware of.
Probably an animation
as
error.
a result, it is sometimes depicted with these cannons and sometimes without these cannons. On land, then, things were slightly less good, but still within acceptable parameters. Like I just said, the Gawks were...
Considering how many people had massive, what was it, underwater capabilities, did anyone ever build just an underwater base to really take advantage of, hey, we could build these massively overcosted engines, put them in the water to cool it that way? I wonder if someone just is like, hey, wait, what if we made a base underwater that none of our enemies can even reach? It would be kind of funny, but that's entering sub territory where I don't think it's really where the show wanted to focus.
Reactor relied on water for cooling, and this was especially true when it used its mega particle cannons. So for combat on land,
I'm glad they added two of them. If it was a single one and they colored the beam yellow, it's a choice. Also, Xeon had subs. Oh, I mean, that makes sense. But like, I'm talking like underwater bases, like full on, basically a colony underwater level of bullshit. Because it sounds like it would be fun.
It had ballast tanks for cooling water that granted it about 1 to 2 hours of combat time.
That's not
The
bad.
real downside then was its lack of mobility due to the heavy weight and the structure of the legs.
In other words, it should never come out of the
These
water.
were built first and foremost for underwater performance with thermonuclear hydrojet engines.
Yeah.
But
Not in
this
UC?
lack of mobility was compensated by its strong
Ooh.
armor.
I'll be the first to admit, if someone hit me in the groin with a spiked mace ball, I too would probably fall over and die. Because, oh!
The Gawk was greenlit for mass production in March and would prove to be a key player in Xeon's amphibious assaults. And
Yeah.
it would be mainly active in the Mediterranean
Caribbean,
Sea
really?
and the Gulf of Mexico.
Why?
When the newer designs became available then, the Gawk would be slowly phased out. And by the end of the war, Zermatt had completely overhauled it as part of the United Maintenance Plan.
I just...
Had completely overhauled
The way old Gundams used to move, it's somehow more and less fluid at the same time. The animation on it is a thing of beauty, though. Oh,
it
I
as
need
part
to
of
watch
the
more
United
Gundam, damn
Maintenance
it.
Plan. A plan that aimed to introduce standard parts for the slew of different machines that Xeon was using.
Yeah, they needed to
therefore
do that.
facilitating both their production and their repairs. Most machines that were designed for this plan were modifications of their base versions, but for the Gawk, Zermatt decided that the design was simply too archaic.
Oh.
By the time of the United Maintenance Plan, the Gawk was considered to be a first-generation amphibious mobile suit, whereas newer machines like the Agai and the Zagawk were considered second-generation amphibious mobile suits. So instead, the Gawk was completely redesigned, and the new High Gawk only kept its general shape and idea.
I will admit, though, this, as far as terrifying mobile suits, This is a thing of beauty, man. Like, if there was ever a grunt unit I would want, this would be it. Because it is so extreme that it has a lot of elements that you see in later models. The Nightingale shoulders. I guess the Nightingale takes it from here and a bunch of other models do. But it looks so incredibly alien in the best possible way. Oh, such a beautiful model.
Thanks to advances in technology, it was both lighter and more powerful.
Yeah, just like a sea monster.
In an on-land performance that was almost unrecognizable from the original Gawk. In terms of weapons then, during its combat deployments, it was discovered that the Gawk and the Zagawk worked very well together.
Oh.
So to further capitalize on this, its weapons were slightly changed.
Oh.
It now has 4 torpedo tubes, which can also be used for anti-surface or anti-air missiles, 2 120mm machine guns that are installed in the abdomen and fire the same bullets as the standard Zalko machine gun, a beam cannon on each arm, which are powered by ECAP technology and have a high rate of fire, making them very useful in close combat, Vice Claws, which are an improved version of the Iron Nails and can also grab onto things, like an enemy mobile suit to be used as a shield.
It's so cool. Also, mister, you did a 3D render of the Hygog years back? Oh, that sounds awesome.
And 2 missile hand units. These missiles are stored on the beam cannons and are covered with a mantle to reduce water resistance during travel.
So just holding
When
an
the
extra
missile is
shot.
fired then, the cover opens up and is blown away.
And you can just get your hand back.
The Hygog would prove to be an extremely successful design,
And use a jetpack.
especially in combination
And
with
a
the
searchlight.
Zagawk E. And quite a few of these units would apparently be made.
How many are we
But
talking?
it was their deployment that was rather limited.
Oh.
Presumably because by the time of its deployment, Zeon was on the defensive and withdrawing from Earth, leaving
In other words, even though this is a really good mech, they were moving beyond the point of it being useful. That's disappointing. It's such a cool look.
very little use for an amphibious assault machine. Despite this though, an upgraded version appears in the Mobile Suit Voa manga by Kazuhisa Kondo.
In space.
The MSM-03C BIS
Okay.
Hygawk. The only difference seems to be that its armor is more streamlined and only one unit is known to have existed,
Oh.
which participated in an operation to destroy an important Federation oil field in the
Nope,
North Sea.
still on Earth.
During the Battle of Jawbro then, a unit appeared that looked like an in-between variant of the Gawk and
The shoulders,
Hygawk.
yeah.
This unnamed variant has a body resembling that of the standard Gawk,
And the arms.
but has the arms and the shoulder armor of the Hygawk. It fought alongside a Joagu Kai, but both were destroyed during the battle.
Oh.
After the 1-year war then,
Mad.
several Zamat engineers would use the data of the Gawk and Hygawk to create Neo Zeon's next generation amphibious mobile suit. And the combination of these two fearsome mobile suits.
Okay, one, that's a lot of cannons. Two, is anyone else looking at this and going, wow, the Haro got mad? Maybe it's just me, but it looks like someone took a Haro and made a joke unit copy of it. I can't be the only one seeing that, right? Also, Max, thank you for the W for 10 joules. Thanks, man.
Was the Kapool. I think the Hygawk might
No.
have cheated on
I
the
am
Gawk with a
father.
ball though.
Yeah, that
All
works
kidding
too.
aside, it did have a lot of good things to offer.
It did?
Its rotund body was streamlined and also well armored. It had good underwater mobility, it could transform into a high-speed cruising mode, and it was maybe even usable in space.
But all of the intimidation factor's gone, and it looks like a joke unit. It really does. Ooh.
And its weapons were also nothing to scoff at. For close combat, it had iron nails that were capable of ripping through Gundarium alloy, and for ranged combat,
Oh, they're missile
it had 8
launchers.
missile launchers on its body, a water-cooled sonic blast mega particle cannon on its abdomen,
Oh.
and a head-mounted
Really? What is with all the dick lasers? It's so many times now. Ugh. Also, Gabriel, the JRPG where you can't save the world. John Awesome. I have no idea who that is. Ugh. Is no longer a joking when it starts firing. True.
Laser beam. This laser was also nicknamed the I-beam because it was located in the cockpit hatch above the mono eye.
Really?
And despite its relatively low power, the Capul's own mono eye had to be shielded when firing it because otherwise it could be damaged.
Oh god.
But yeah, overall,
So it had to turn off
the
its own
Capul
lights.
seemed to be a very formidable mobile suit. There was only one problem. Because the Capul was developed on Axis, its developers, of course, only had, let's say,
Pools?
minimal opportunities to test it out in deep water before its deployment. So as a result, many Neo-Zeon soldiers
A local militia is ordered to pilot Capuls. Ah, people who have no idea how to deal with pressure accumulating. Yeah, that would do it.
were wary of the machine and preferred to give it to their allies, while they themselves opted for the more tried and tested Zalka Mariner,
Really?
despite that thing being a Federation mobile suit. Still, the Capul would prove itself in the coming battles, and was even able to do something during the events of Gundam Unicorn.
Okay, I will admit, it does look cool in this art. Yeah.
In Hero Senki Project Olympus for the
What?
Super Famicom, then, two
Oh, Super
upgraded
Famicom, that's why I
Capuls
don't
would
know it.
also appear,
Oh shit.
although both of them apparently looked identical to the base model. There was the Capul Mark II with improved specs, which was then further enhanced into the Capul Voga. According to the Japanese pages talking about this thing, Voga means big wave in German, but according to every German dictionary that I was able to find, it's just a normal wave.
This could be a mistranslation on Japan's side. Or maybe it just sounds better and they just went with the word because it sounds similar and it just is what they wanted to say it as. Language translation is always up to whatever you think is right at the time, and if you're wrong, don't tell anyone.
Another almost identical unit then would appear many millennia later, the Capul. But
Wait, millennia later? Millennia. How far does the UC timeline go for millennia to be? Oh, we're talking of turn A, aren't we?
now spelled differently.
Looks
From the
identical.
line art, or even the pronunciation, it would be hard to distinguish the Capul from the Capul.
They're very different, yeah.
But these newer Capuls were 2.5 meters shorter
What?
than the original Capul.
Oh.
So either they were like later reconstructions
And I'm being told it
of
is
the
turn A?
original unit,
Ah.
or perhaps they were actually that Capul Mark II or the Capul Voga. Because
The less big
their
one.
data only says that they look identical to the original Capul. They don't say anything about their size. But whatever the case might be, these new Capuls were excavated by the Inglesa militia.
Also, yeah, everyone mentioning Turn A. This is the first time I've seen any clips from Turn A. I've seen them in games for Super Robot Wars or crossovers between multiple Gundam franchises, like on PS2 or something. I've never seen a single clip from Turn A. So this is the first time. Neat.
And quickly became an important part of their mobile suit forces.
No shit, they just work.
And were affectionately nicknamed
Balls.
The weapons then also
You can tell it's the future because calling something a ball and being affectionate to call it that is definitely not something anyone in UC would ever do. Oh, also, I just realized it's called the Ingles, which is the Spanish word for English, which I don't think is the intentional part there, but I do think it's funny. It's probably a derivative of that word.
remained largely
English
the
militia.
same in terms of what was installed on the machine.
Oh, God.
But due to the technological regression of the time, some changes were made. The Capul still had its laser beam and sonic blast, but for some reason these were never used. Maybe these were broken and the Inglesa militia simply didn't have the tech to fix them,
Or they didn't know about it.
or maybe they didn't even know how to charge these, or
That
maybe
would
there
do
was
it.
another reason entirely. The A2 missile launcher then would still see use,
No?
but instead of the standard issue
Rockets.
missiles of the original Kapool, it would now be outfitted with whatever explosives the militia had. In the anime, this was rockets, and in the novel, they even used them as storage for grenades and artillery shells. The iron nails
if it
remained
works.
the same, but it was here that a new weapon of the Kapool would be mounted. A triple-barreled conventional gun called the handgun.
That must be the main
For
character.
heavier firepower then,
Okay.
it could use an anti-aircraft cannon, and later on, it was even seen using the Gundam hammer.
A ball using a ball. Why do I feel like the entire thing about this is someone really liked the design of the actual ball? And just like, you know what? We have something close like that. What if we made an actual mobile suit? Yeah. It's all coming together. Oh, God.
And while these modifications didn't make the Kapool a match for the Moon Race's full-sized mobile suits, it did perform admirably against their smaller mobile suits.
Oh, shit.
And while that
The
might
ball
not
is somewhat
sound like
useful.
a fantastic feat at first, I wasn't joking that these machines popped up millennia, plural, later. The original Kapools were used at
So turn A Gundam resets civilization. The correct century begins. Kapools are excavated. So it's at least 2,000 years later. Also, I don't know what he means by reset civilization.
least 2 millennia before these new Kapools, and potentially even over
Were they low
3
tech
millennia.
enough that they didn't get wiped
So,
or
you
something?
know, good on them. Oh, and remember when I said that the original Kapools were maybe usable in space? Well, that's because these bad boys were definitely usable in space.
Oh.
And there were also 2 customized versions of the Kapool that we know of. There was a construction version with crane-like arms.
Everything
and
returns to
the
ball.
Kakarot197 Custom, piloted
The positioning is a little... I don't think it's supposed to be spiky at the end. If you have that, you should probably consult with a doctor.
by Coronander. This Kapool had its right arm replaced with a modified Wadon
Better.
hand.
Better.
The modification being thrusters to allow it to pull off a rocket punch.
What?
Because why not? And of course,
I'm sure it went
also
well.
allowed the Coronander Custom to wield
God.
handheld equipment, like its signature Minchi drill, which was first used on the E-Gale. This mace-esque contraption was modified from mining equipment and can be used to either bludgeon, drill, or cut
That's a
anything
face.
unfortunate enough to be in its way.
Oh, shit. It's actually
And
useful.
of course, in true Commander fashion, the machine was painted in
And
red,
according to Tarrant, it's
and later on
intentional.
also given a Commander antenna.
Yeah.
And this is where the GOG's development history ends for now. It was one of the first mobile suits to appear, and its descendants also managed to be some of the last mobile suits
And
to
yet
still
loses
see combat.
all of the terrifying
So,
factor.
talk about an impressive combat record.
Oh, yeah,
So
dolphins.
don't forget to check out FX Create.
I need to learn more about everything to do with Turn A Gundam. It just sounds like there's a lot of craziness going on I need to learn more of. But before that, we have the final video today, Shining and God Gundam. And as you can tell, I was prepared. Yeah. Seriously, same pack too. It's either this or the other Shining Gundam. I don't care because it was freaking cool, man. I found a guy who's actually willing to sell them for MSRP. It was nice. Because I saw how much the Freedom Ascension box were going for online, and I'm not paying $300 for that. Dear God, no. Like 90 was like, it's a bit expensive, but it was cool. And honestly, I got a couple chase cards. They're nothing like the super expensive ones, but it worked out in my favor. All right. Before that, though, I do want to double check. Oh, that crashed. Who is winning the poll right now? So let's drop over to this one. Make sure that the camera's cooler. And it looks like, oh, we have 2 of them. And Duck, I stay up till 2 a.m. to finish the RG God Gundam for this stream. Ooh, I will. I'm wondering what this is a reference to. My love, my hate, and all of my sorrows. I have no idea what that's a reference to. Nope, no idea whatsoever. By the way, in the spin-off manga Turn A, it was discovered a living being that it was... Oh, the Turn A was alive. I think that's what you meant. Okay. So we have a few things here. Also, Taryn, I think yours is the lowest, if only because people really want to see Gunpla. And in hindsight, the Gundam video having Gundam fans. Yeah, the timing of it kind of is a thing. If it was tomorrow, it might not work out that way. So we'll have to do another one tomorrow as well, because I need more goals. Everything I thought would take the rest of the year is getting worked down, and we need to do something about that. I will add, though, even though I cannot spell to save my life, I'm saying this is chat choice. I will have veto power if you decide to find a master grade that's really expensive, or is something that would, you know, I pull it up on stream and it's definitely not safe for work. Yeah, we're not doing that one. Yeah, we're just not doing that. Nope. Because that just would not be allowed. Like, if it's something a little too lewd for YouTube, we're not doing that. Or something that's too expensive and it's just not even safe. There's the goal, and I misspelled that by putting an I in there. Okay. Starting the poll. And... okay, it's up. Before that, though, I'm going to check out my Discord right now, because I think there are a few people who mostly posted some cool shit. And like Duck mentioned, he has a bunch of things he's doing right now. He stayed up to finish one of the really awesome models, and we're going to check it out. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I'm just like speeding through things right now to see what's going on, and there's some interesting things. Okay, so first up, this was posted by Duck. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. I don't even know what this is, but that's chrome rot? Oh. Oh, I can tell if I like or hate that. It's like a broken design. It's like, on the one hand, it's not shiny. On the other hand, I kind of like it. Chrome rot. Unironically, I kind of like how it's breaking down to unique patterns. Okay, weird, but yeah, it works. Ooh, the kit. Special Operations Mobile Suit. It's basically a tank, but it doesn't look bad. Oh. And we got more flat pack buildings. Honestly, yeah, they look pretty good. Also, I see what you brought in there. Oh, yeah. SD, man, apparently is more popular than I thought. I'm so immature. Oh, because it has working fingers, so you have it flipping off the model. Ooh, and here's Mr. The Monowai Army. That's a lot of rockets. That's a bazooka holding multiple bazookas. On a backpack? I can't even tell. Dude. They're not loading all of them. I don't know why the middle one didn't load. Nice. Third-party rehazed Gundam from Wildfire. Oh, damn, that's a lot of detail on it. It does look good, though. Oh, I really like Pies. The perfect Xeong. Oh, it's the metal parts, isn't it? Oh, damn, that actually looks cool. You get 2 in a kit. Oh, shit. And Taryn, it does look like the chrome itself is rotting. Yeah. Oh, hell, that looks cool. And, ooh, posting an old kit bash you did a long time ago. Parts from the HG kit. Whoa. Honestly, not bad. Like, it does have some visible dust on it, or it's at the paint breaking down, but it's not bad. And here we have the HG Federation Use Camphor. That is a very clean mech. Like, unironically, very clean in that entire model kit. Holy shit. And now we have Relay Pies, the full armor Gundam Thunderbolt and its rival Psycho Zaku. Oh, I need to see Thunderbolt, don't I? It's just one of many, I'm aware. But it looks so cool. And yeah, it's just a Zaku with all of the freaking missiles launching behind it. Oh my god. And Taryn, did I say I couldn't handle the loss of Grant's pole option due to learning Tim Curry's fate? Honestly, no, I completely understand that. And it's one of the reasons I'm not pushing for the same reason. Because it would just be like, ugh, the entire time I watch the video. I might try and get it in, though. But at the same time, that video is going to become a lot harder to watch because I'll just be going like that, oh, the entire time. It's like I'm going to love it and feel horrible at the same time. Yeah. Ooh, and we got Maki. The Messer design is purposely similar to Zaku due to the Messer FO1 being deliberately descended from the same design and philosophy as Xeon's old Zaku lines. Yeah, I see it. Honestly, though, this is cool. That's classic. This, I kind of like the design. It's like very simplistic, but a lot of extra contours to it. More geometric with some curve, but it looks good. Overall, it looks really good. Plus, I just like shields. We like Pies, the surprise Musha Gundam. Oh, that actually is really cool. The bronze bits kind of hold up really nice. Okay, okay. Oh, and Taryn, did we watch any Thunderbolt designs today? Yeah, we did. Actually, there was an entire bit about it in the Heavy Gundam. It was really cool because Thunderbolt was brought up and it was just, oh my god, that's so neat. I literally geeked out quite a bit. A Macross Destroyed Tomahawk or Battletech Warhammer, depending on your mood. I personally would say the head design is just different enough that it's more Macross, but I see a Warhammer. I know what we're looking at. It's probably my favorite Battletech mech. Yeah, and we got the HD Zaku next to the Militia Quedelin Rao from Macross. Yep, very different design aesthetic, and yet at the same time, you can see overlapping with the joints of the feet specifically. I like the color on the Zaku, though. Not bad. Oh, and we got Duck. Oh, that's so pretty. We got to this one before, and that's just... Those feet still give me nightmares. As an actual model, not because they look bad. They look amazing. But all I can say is I look at this, and I'm just thinking, I'm going to break that. Like, it breaks. There's no way around it. It just breaks. Oh, but it looks pretty. Ooh, really like Pies. Some custom models. Ooh. Very much in the, like, gritty look to it. Some of them are worn down, kit bashed to hell and back. But they're not bad. Really love the goblin, specifically short and fat. Oh my god. Tiny hands. Really tiny hands. And I still have no idea what this is. I'm assuming it's Musha, the Gundam stuff, but... Oh, that is still so pretty. I have no idea what I'm looking at. I don't care. I don't have the slightest clue what's going on. But that is so cool. Like, the clear bits get me, man. It just... Oh. And now we have the Really Pies 1 out of 100 Hygog upscale. It's an older model, less detail, but it holds up. And there's Airier for reference. A lot more detail on this model. Looks good. But this thing is just otherworldly, and it looks almost like a Digimon with his proportions for like some of the C variants they put in there. Just big, like joints that don't quite fit, bending and raised long fingers. It looks otherworldly and alien. I love the aesthetic. Model. Oh, it even comes with these as part of the kit itself. Overall, I could see this being a model people really like to paint because there's a lot of big flat surfaces that are pretty well textured still. So you can do a lot of detail work if you want to try and freehand. Oh, and Duck has the photos of his sets. Yeah, there's the Hygog. The Dom just holds up, though. I know the Dom is supposed to be the more famous one, but this just has more intimidation factor to me. Ooh, 3D render of it. That works. It looks like something out of maybe like a 90s game where it was an over-reliance on CG, but it was well done. Speaking of, yeah, it just works. Hey, Duck, you actually, did you, oh, it's a decal for G Gundam on the sword or the beam saber. Oh. Wait, did you paint in the lines on the helmet? Okay, mad respect on that one, not bad. Oh, dude. G Gundam for the win, man. It's just such a cool set. Oh, it even comes with a little pilot in there, or like the cockpit for it. Which must be the escape, yeah. Because they have a different thing in this series. Oh, that's pretty cool. The Shining Gundam. Yeah. RG God Gundam. This is the one I have myself, and some of the colors are off. I see you painted the center. But overall, it's still just a really good model. Although you have the design behind it, so maybe it's a different one than I have. Actually, I think yours might be more detailed than the one I have. It does hold up, though. Oh, and here's the 1/100 upscale real grade God Gundam. Oh, that is pretty. Oh, that is really pretty. Ooh, or what happened to Flying Wing by Mustard? Yeah, sure, why not? I'll add that to the list. Why does it do that? Okay, that's better. Oh God, even the little designs on the forearm move too. Oh God, there's an effect with, of course there's an effect with it. No, you have the HG, that's the RG. Yeah, the HG is fine. The RG though, I'll admit, the design behind it, I don't like it. I know it's part of the actual show. I don't like how it looks. This is pretty. Oh, this is nice. Oh God, they have the fist effect. You can see the outline through the color. Oh, and the other hand is glowing as well. Oh, multiple. I think there's a Hygok here that's about to have a bad day, but everyone else is going to enjoy it. Oh, the MG Gundam or God Gundam stinks. Oh, huh. Wait, I know I put down we would do a master grade. What if I put down real grade instead? Would that be better? I'm not sure how expensive those are. So if that's what wins, I might change it for that instead. So we'll just pick whatever fits best and doesn't kill my budget. That is pretty, though. Because honestly, I just forgot about real grade altogether. Ooh. I don't know what that is, but that's cool. For some reason, I think I've seen that design somewhere. Like in a video or something. Badly painted RG GP01 in Linkin Park colors. Oh, yeah, black and white, yeah. I have no idea what this is, but it's really good detail. Glowing bits, everything coming up, a halo around it from like a collar. Okay. Cool. Oh my God. And it's all the female mechs around the high new. Airier, different Airier, G-Quux. I forgot the name of Rain's model from G Gundam. Yeah. Wait, was that different now? No, G-Quux. Yeah. Then Airiel. Is that double? I'm just being an idiot, aren't I? Oh my god. As you can see, my chat has some very interesting artists going on, and frankly, a lot of things are being built that's just really cool. Oh, Noble Gundam, but it's not Reigns, MS. Oh, okay. Berserker. Fun fact, Linkin Park Gundam was actually an official release. Oh, that was the regular new, not the high new? Yep, sorry, mine is going a different thing. And there was a Gundam crossover with Linkin Park, hence why we have the GPO1 in those colors. Also, G-Quux is just the Amuro Simpin. Yeah, we just want to, because all of it was just the Shard gets to win and yet somehow loses regardless. Admittedly, I think the G-Quux timeline technically turned out better than canon. Maybe that's just me, but it seemed like for all the issues they had, they were getting through them a lot better. Yeah, we also didn't see a lot of Earth, which might be a part of that. A lot of the worst things on Earth were not covered, so it could easily be that things were actually quite horrible. They just didn't come up because the show felt kind of rushed. Coffee. All right. I think we might have a winner here, but it's close enough. I'm going to let this go till the end of the stream. Also, Chester Bennington signed the book. Yeah. In terms of the previous comment, maybe we could do a short goal after the final vid. We already had several demos already. Half of yellow tier and some were green. Yep. I'm not going to do that today just because I didn't set one up. I wasn't sure how long we would be able to stream. My wife handled the passing of Tim Curry better than I feared. If it was Danny DeVito, though, I'd just say the stream's over and ended there. But it's just the back-to-back because it was Dolly Parton yesterday and Tim Curry today. Yeah. I was a little worried. She did break a bit. I was muting this, but you probably heard her swearing when she found out. Yeah. It was not something she was okay with. And admittedly, it did suck. So yeah, actually, I'm just going to double check one thing. What does a... So I put in master grade, but what would a real grade cost on Bandai? Oh, I'm not going to like this, am I? Oh, no. Oh, no. Admittedly, master... Oh. Ooh. Some of these I think are actually really nice. Oh, no. They have tall geese. Okay. Real grade Burning Gundam actually doesn't look bad. Shining Gundam, eh. Oh, God. They have the full armor unit. Oh. And yeah, it looks like these are the cheaper ones, but they have some of the... I would probably say master grade is what I said, but if you guys want to do a real grade instead, there's a lot more options here that I wasn't... Ooh. Yeah, actually, there's a lot fewer options now that I look at it. And like some of them do not look as cool, but then they have a few that are very nice. Like, again, the full armor Gundam, man. It's a freaking unicorn. Oh. This is not working well. Oh. It's so stupid. I love it. You can see it does open, or it's different pieces, maybe? No, they do open up. Oh. Hating the shiny is something? Again, I did say master grade, but if you guys want to do real instead, I'd be fine with that. But it depends on if you guys win that one. Also, oh wait, Unicorn has a problem with its arm breaking. Oh, so people mentioned it was a brick. They meant it actually physically cannot support its own weight. Oh. Ew. Yeah. That sucks. Either way, I think that should be long enough for the camera to cool down just a bit, and we can jump into the next and final one, which admittedly is going to be pretty fun. Camera is in the right location. Wink. Everything's good. All right. Just make sure to stretch my back out a bit, because if I don't move around, it gets to be an issue. Also, they do transform, but the RG is a little unstable. Oh. And Crin, Gamplagasming. Yeah, that's about right. And also, Real Like Pies, it's 3 a.m. where you're at. Oh, dear God, man, go to bed. Yeah. All right, moving on. And next up, we're going to be checking out Shining and God Gundam development history. We're hitting G Gundam, guys, and all I can say is I'm here for it. I've been showing these off all stream, and I'm going to keep doing it because, again, I got the cards I wanted immediately in a single pack. Not to play, just to have, because collection. They're pretty. And now I can have more of it. Yes, I am very much a fanboy for G Gundam. I watched the show when it was on Toonami, and it was so cool. I haven't seen all of it because, again, when you're a kid and it's just catching what's on TV, you just catch what's on TV. So one of these days, I will go back and rewatch the entire damn thing. But it's going to be awesome. And I love everything about this. So let's check it out.
Gundam Fight. In order to decide which country would get to rule over the Earth for the next 4 years without having to resort to war, the nations of the future century decided on a tournament. And in this tournament, each country would enter their top-of-the-line mobile fighter, and then they would fight and fight and fight until there was only one left, the winner. And in the early tournaments, the focus was mainly on close-range combat, with martial arts reigning supreme. But then during the 9th Gundam with martial arts...
So, winner of the 3rd Gundam fight. I don't know that guy. And then there's the winner of the 4th Gundam fight. The Phi Long Gundam. Yep.
Reigning supreme. But then during the 9th Gundam fight...
Sniper.
Neo England figured out that,
range,
sniping your opponents from a distance is actually a much more effective way of winning a battle.
Yep.
Chapman and his Britain Gundam steamrolled the competition.
9th, 10th, and 11th. British superiority invasion. Oh, yes. Also, I love how they actually made the Gundam's face look like he's just a dour gentleman. Oh my God.
And would continue their winning streak into the 10th and 11th Gundam fight. More and more, other nations began shifting to guns as well, in an attempt to emulate their success. But not every country would follow suit, because in the 12th Gundam fight, 2 powerful hand-to-hand Gundams would challenge the status quo. Neo Hong Kong and their Kowloon Gundam, and Neo Japan with a mobile suit whose name time has forgotten. And is...
Yeah. Also, that is the old Gundam card game, because I know they have tried it before. I don't know why it ended. It probably just didn't work right. Kind of looks like Noah Bright, or Bright Noah. Take the mustache off. Maybe I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Now simply referred to
Belarus
as
Gundam?
Ilube's Gundam, with Ilube being the pilot. And it is the descendants of this nameless Gundam that we will be focusing on in today's video. Unfortunately for Neo Japan though, while their Gundam did make it into the finals, it would be defeated by Master Asia and his Kowloon Gundam.
Yeah.
But this achievement did prove 2 things. For Neo Japan, it proved that they did have a potential winner on their hands. They just needed to develop it a bit more.
I mean, to be fair, Master Asia's broken. I don't mean his Gundam. I mean Master Asia. And also, I love how in the actual Gundam card game, he is as much a mech as he is an actual pilot, because he can literally punch enemies. And I don't mean in the Gundam, I just mean him.
And for the Gundam fight as a whole, it proved that martial arts was back. resulting
Hell yeah,
in
baby.
a very interesting roster for the 13th Gundam fight. Some countries decided to stick with the previously successful
Looks like a
gun
strike.
doctrine, some countries jumped fully into the martial arts, and others kinda went with a hybrid of the two.
Hybrid. Hybrid. That's a phrase. The more accurate one is they're playing all the stereotypes and just having fun with it. And admittedly, it works. Also, referred to twice, Master Asia doesn't need his Gundam. It's a handicap. Yeah. Although, just a funny thing. Because he can be run like a mobile suit with the rules as written, you can equip Master Asia with a pilot in Gundam, the card game. So, Domon just sitting on Master Asia's shoulders is canonically a way to play that game.
But you know what you should jump into? FX Creations' two newest...
Knew he was going to do that. I knew he was going to do that.
So, for Ulube's Gundam itself, we unfortunately don't know a whole lot. We know what it looked like, and that it was equipped with two mobile suit-sized Tachis.
Oh.
Other information, like
Big.
its special moves, is not available at the moment. This machine, then, would be further developed for the 13th Gundam fight under the leadership of Dr. Mikamura, and this would lead to two Gundams being produced.
Yep.
The first was the Shining Gundam, which would be used by Domon Kashu in that 13th Gundam fight. And the second was the Rising Gundam, which was intended to be used by Ulube, who by this time had risen to the rank of Major in the Neo-Japan Army. However, he wouldn't end up using it. In fact, it wouldn't even be used for its original goal, because a new threat had arisen: the Devil Gundam and its Death Army.
Yeah.
So the new plan was to have the
I can't even... Just seeing that, I got goosebumps again. Something about... There's tons of super weapons in Gundam. And there's so many things that are just like, oh yeah, random Gundam series, this can destroy a planet, horrible things. And then you get the Devil Gundam, and I think they just perfectly nailed the giant, overpowered boss that is such a horrible thing that everyone else is like, we should work together. It's so... just look at this and tell me this is not entirely too terrifying. Because scale-wise, it looks like it dwarfs the planet. It looks like it dwarfs the colonies. It looks like everything else is nothing by comparison. It's like the first time you see Unicron, which if that's not an inspiration, I would be heavily surprised about. It is terror incarnate, and I love it so much because it looks rough and wrong and like nothing is there to making sense, and yet it perfectly encapsulates the we're just getting played with at this point vibe. This Gundam alone is why I love so much of G Gundam, because they got the giant-ass villain right. And Taryn, I want that abomination dead! Yeah. It's just, I geek out over this constantly. It's also why I am thinking about doing a sudden snap poll for the rest of this video if anyone happens to maybe trigger a guaranteed video for an entire day. It would only be $200. Because I saw the price of how much this cost, and it's like, that would work out. But only if it took again to, like, if they forced it through right now. But that's beside the point.
Gundam and its Death Army. So the new plan was to have the Shining Gundam tackle the tournament, while the Rising Gundam would be used to fight against the Devil Gundam and friends. A change in plans that also led to a significant change in equipment. Whereas the Shining Gundam was very comparable to Ulube's Gundam, both in shape and weaponry, the Rising Gundam came with heavier armor and heavier weaponry.
Ooh.
It comes packing with a pair of Vulcan guns in its head, a pair of machine cannons in the chest, a beam bow that fires beam arrows, Neo-Japan's standard issue machine gun, and a heat naginata. Its superheated blade is powerful enough to slice through super steel like butter, and by rotating it, it can be used to deflect beams.
How does that work? Don't ask.
Like a shield. And in addition to these standard weapons, it of course still had what every mobile fighter from G Gundam had: even more powerful ultimate moves. It has the Rising Finger, which allows it to fire a ball of energy out of its hands, and it has the ultimate bullseye rising arrow. Basically, a supercharged version of its regular beam arrows that is powered up even further by having the Rising Gundam enter its high mobility mode.
I've never played this SD game, but even I recognize the style, and it's so cool. It's just, sorry, I geek out over G Gundam so much. It's one of those things I need to go back and rewatch the entire thing, because even just hearing those little, like, hear that little audio cue in the background.
Up even further
right there
by having the Rising Gundam enter its high mobility mode.
Every Gundam has very iconic music, and admittedly, I think the best might literally be Unicorn, because Hiroyuki Sawano cooked on that OST. But there's something about both Wing and G Gundam that just hit this sweet spot where it feels orchestral in the best possible way to give the entire show a sense of gravitas, where G Gundam is so dark that's like, yeah, the little more upbeat poppy tunes that have fit well. Then there's G Gundam, and, well, they have a lot of other tunes. The background line, or the lyrics, not even lyrics, notes, where it just has like the strings going doo doo doo. There's a term for that. I'm not musically inclined. I don't know it. It just fits in a way that it just hits right, man. Again, if I was a music channel, I would know the exact word to get across that sense of encompassing depth of like weight to decisions, where there's like people doing things and it feels like they're on the more upbeat, peppy side, but the rest of the world is trying to punch them in the face. That's what those kind of little notes sound like to me. And I don't know the right words to describe it, but that's exactly where I go. And I just absolutely love this thing.
To enter this mode, part of its shoulder armor is removed, revealing the golden parts underneath.
Yeah.
And while this does reduce its defensive capabilities, it gives it a boost to its speed and power. Also, your removed armor parts can be used as a shield.
Useful.
And it also has large vents on its face to get rid of the excess heat that is generated by this high mobility mode. And if we go by video game lore, the Rising Gundam also has the Sekiha Love Tenkyoken together with the God Gundam, which is a unit that we'll talk about later on in this video. And I think now is also a good time to point out that the Rising Gundam wasn't piloted by Ulube, but by Rein Mikamura instead.
Yep.
She is the daughter of its designer and the partner of Domon, the pilot of the Shining Gundam and also the God Gundam. So yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made that the Rising Gundam
ridiculous,
was less
and I love
of a
it.
mobile fighter and more of a traditional mobile suit. But now...
Yeah, it actually kind of fits because it does have a lot of the actual things in there. Huh. I guess if you do have a dividing line between everything to do with mobile suits versus mobile fighter, I've always kind of glossed it over, but if you really put it down as it does matter, yeah, it does matter.
Let's move on to its more famous sister unit,
Yes.
the Shining Gundam. It is said that it shares many parts with the Rising Gundam, and that its base performance was also roughly equal.
But
But there is, of course, more of a emphasis on mobility. Or to be more precise, the ability to accurately replicate the fighting style of its pilot, Domon Kashu and the School of the Undefeated of the East. As a result, its built-in weapons are rather meager, but it more
needs
than makes
weapons
up
when you
for
can
this
punch an
with
enemy
its high-speed
at range?
martial arts and special moves. It comes with two...
I'm going to say flat out, I recognize for anyone who's super curious when it comes to real mobile suits, the G Gundam is a real robot in the same way that Berserk is a standard fantasy. There's a lot of things in this that don't match up. This is a super robot that just happens to be made in a, well, an alternate or overarching franchise that usually does real robots instead. And I love this thing. That's what Terran. Completely getting you checked into StarCraft. If an isekai ever happened to you, you basically have to risk it. To be fair, DG cells, risking that here, don't do that. That'd be bad.
2 head-mounted Vulcan guns and 2 chest-mounted machine cannons, which are the same as the ones installed
But
in Rising. It has a Shining Shot twin beam gun on each arm, smoke grenades, and finally a pair of beam swords that are mounted on its left hip.
I really love these designs. Again, I might like the standard, very clean beam sabers, but every time they add any effect to make them look like they're more energetic, that's cool. And you can see how this one explicitly is designed to look slightly more like a sword in shape. That works too.
One of the swords is bigger than the other, but it's not known if this also correlates with their power.
Yeah.
What we do know, though, is its plethora of ultimate attacks. But before we have a look at those, we first have to go over its various special modes, because these can have an effect on those ultimate attacks. And this is also one of the other big differences with the Rising Gundam. Whereas the Rising Gundam only had the high mobility mode, the Shining Gundam can change into battle mode, super mode, and eventually also the true super mode.
Also known as the "oh shit is going down" mode. And every time you saw it on screen, it was just like, ha 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 ha. Poor Tequila Gundam. Yeah.
Also known as the hyper mode. So first up, we have the battle
It went
mode.
Super Saiyan.
This is a relatively simple transformation where the arm covers pop up and the armor on its face opens up for extra ventilation.
Yeah.
This increases its speed and attack at the cost of its sensors and defense. And also allows the Shining Gundam to use its most iconic special attack, the Shining Finger. To unleash this devastating attack, Domon yells,
"Here I go! Shining Finger!"
Oh. Again, it's the one thing Gundam never had prior to this. Utter just aura farming. Well, I mean, they had a lot of aura farming, but not to the same level as everything right now, like calling out your attacks level of farming. Oh, it's just such a blast of just utter nothing like this in G. No, not even G. Nothing like this in Gundam has existed before or after to this level of... I'm not sure about any of the build fighter stuff, but in the serious, more mainline Gundams, this doesn't exist. It's probably one of the reasons I absolutely love it. It's so good. Yeah.
Article 1 of the Gundam Fight International Regulations. A unit whose head section has been destroyed is disqualified.
While the hand is coated in a liquid metal, which is then charged with energy, turning it into a shiny greenish color.
Yep.
Most often, the Shining Finger is a physical attack, where Domon grabs and destroys the head of the opposing Gundam,
Headshot.
leading him to fight and disqualifying the opponent, but it's also possible to shoot out that stored energy, and it can also somehow hack into an enemy Gundam's computer. A more advanced version of the battle mode then is the super mode. In addition to the face guard and the arm guards opening up, various other pieces of armor now also open up. These would reveal additional thrusters, cooling, and other kinds of cool stuff
And they're
that would all come together to increase the overall performance of the unit by 50%. The drawback, though, is that it couldn't be used for a long time because it placed a huge physical strain on the pilot, and the other drawback was that activating it was unpredictable. Rather than flipping a switch, the super mode was activated by Domon's anger, and typically, the super mode wouldn't activate until Domon was so angry that he lost control. And this change would also be reflected on himself, with his stray suit changing colors from black to red and his hair standing up.
Again, I mentioned the entire he's going Super Saiyan. I mean, next you're going to tell me his entire mobile suit turns gold or something. That would be silly. Can you imagine if they really went that on the nose?
Still, the power of this mode was undeniable.
There we go.
And it allowed Domon to use another special technique, being the Shining Finger Sword. The energy that would normally be used to charge its hand was now used to charge one of its beam swords. making it significantly longer and also significantly more powerful. This is arguably the Shining Gundam's most powerful attack, but it also consumes the most energy.
Yeah. Ooh, also Spartan or Spartana. I have this theory that when the colonies left the solar system, leaving only Earth and the Moon behind. No idea about Mars or Jupiter, though. Oh, okay. Anyway. Oh, heading out, Kryn? All right, thanks for dropping in, then. Ooh, better leave a like now before I forget. It's so over the top. I just absolutely love
Finally,
it, though.
Then, there was the true super mode, which fixed the biggest flaw of the regular super mode.
Yeah.
It turns out that there was a way to achieve the super mode without succumbing to your anger.
Getting your act together mode? I mean, sorry, that's completely different. Clear mirror and still water. Oh, man. As part of you mentioned then, they had to replicate, modify old MS designs to restart their tech tree before the Civil War. That led to Turn A, resetting Earthside civilization. Ah. Also, Richie, I'm just going to pull up your comment right here because I think it's quite fitting. This hand of mine is burning red. Its loud word tells me to defeat you. I can't help it. I'm just in the mood for cheese right at the moment, and it's very cheesy.
It required a pilot to achieve Meikyo Shisui, which literally translates
so
to
freaking
clear
stupid.
mirror
I love
and
it.
still water, and means that the pilot must enter into a serene state of mind.
Yep.
Although this is easier said than done, especially if you're someone as
Hot-blooded?
emotional as Domon.
That works.
But with the help of Schwartz Bruder, he was able to achieve this.
I wonder who that guy would
there
be.
was also a visual difference with the regular.
Also, just going to throw it out there. I know what that means now that I've heard that the German name is really Secret Brother or something. Or Hidden Brother. Yeah. In hindsight, it's so on the nose that it's kind of awesome that if you... It's so stupid. Also, Taryn, you just looked up the G-Gundam designs. Why does the Gundam of the fucking middle? Oh, no, it's part of its defense. There's so many windmills that are made to look identical, you can't tell which one's the Gundam or not. I'm not joking, by the way. That's actually how it worked. It's so stupid. Oh, look up the space colony for Mexico.
Super mode.
Or America.
It turned both Domon and his Gundam golden. So
like I said, going Super Saiyan.
Because of all of this, this mode was now dubbed the True Super Mode, and it also unlocked a new special attack later on. By focusing all of this new golden energy into the hand of his Gundam, the regular old Shining Finger could now be supercharged into the King of Hearts Shining Finger.
I'm ending this right now with the King of Hearts. Shining Finger!
Just a fight against the Gundam. Just a bit of it, though.
As a mobile fighter, the Shining Gundam was also equipped with some standard features found in every mobile fighter. To pilot it...
Seriously, even just doing that, I got massive goosebumps just watching that clip. It's so over the top. It's so unnecessary. It's so stupid and so ridiculous that I love it all the more because it's so incredibly different. Oh. This is just utterly one of the best things ever, man.
Uses the mobile trace system, where the Gundam mimics the movements of the pilot, and it has a core lander. A hovercraft that can also act as an emergency escape device. Basically, when not in combat, it can be used to travel around the land, and when entering combat, it combines with the Gundam and becomes the backpack. Ready.
Also, the best part is he's riding it, like there's a perfectly good cockpit, and he just stands on the back of the car aura farming. Again, it's over the top. And
to be
love
jettisoned with the pilot if things get too hot. The Rising Gundam has a mostly identical core lander, but because it's used to store the Naginata, it can no longer be used as a hover car.
Oh.
The carrying handle is located on the bottom of the car, and it also blocks some of its thrusters.
Disappointing.
But back to the Shining Gundam now, with some of its variants. First up, a minor variant that we don't know a whole lot about.
Urban warfare
The
type?
Shining Gundam Urban Combat type.
Oh!
This color variant appears in the manual of the 1/100 scale and is simply described as such, a color variant. So was this meant as a second Shining Gundam? Were they going to recolor it every time Domon entered the city?
Also, Vivarium, I'm going to pull up your comment. That crashed. But the pilot, before he got replaced, was also called Schwarzbruder. So whose hidden brother was he? I'm assuming the joke is that they didn't think about that in the slightest. So the name was created before the story for the character was. Either that or they just had a fun name in there. And Terran, oh, you just got to Scotland. The Gundam is, yeah, bagpipes and it's a Gundam for TF2 for Demonite. That would be not on the nose enough for G Gundam. Not even close. That is way too down to earth and sensical. Oh, your G Gundam was your first show? Yeah, I found all episodes on YouTube back during middle school. Dude, yeah, wait, there's an anniversary movie? Oh, you hope we get one. Yeah, that'd be fun.
And what about its combat performance?
Either just to redo it flat out.
Again, they say that it's just a color variant, but I do like to imagine that it's also been tuned a bit to make it better suited for combat in cities.
Like a different mobile
and
suit
I
variation?
also like that
or?
this color scheme is very likely a nod to the color scheme of the G3 Gundam with its shades of gray.
Yeah, that'd do it.
And it is
Also, it's the shades of gray for an urban warfare mech that they should never actually use for urban warfare because the entire world goes against that. At least in that one, because everyone's just fighters against fighter, not against people on ground. And ASMR Pro, I'm not even going to say that name correctly. You can play G Gundam on Super Robot Wars. Why? I don't know nearly enough about Super Robot Wars, except that I think I have done something similar. But I know enough to know that it's all over the place and just how many weird things can we pull in here? And the answer is yes. I'm not surprised G Gundam's in there. It's probably one of the fan favorites at this point.
It's the same story with the Shining Gundam Desert Combat type.
Desert?
This unit is painted in beige and brown and is made for desert ambushes. Thanks to its new color scheme, the Shining Gundam could hide in...
These are probably variations for if the world went down slightly different, huh? Like, if wars actually full-on restarted, they can make Gundams that were not just fighters, but actual warfare units. Okay.
Inside of sand dunes and attack its enemies under the cover of sandstorms. A more drastic variant then was the Shading Gundam. When a certain government official thought that Domon's performance wasn't exactly on par with his expectations, he decided to take matters into his own hands.
Oh?
After all, if Domon won the Gundam Fight Tournament, he would become the ruler of everything. At least for the next 4 years. But if Domon didn't win, he'd get nothing. And so, the development of the Shading Gundam began. It used spare parts of the Shining Gundam and was upgraded in several areas. The weapons remained the same, while the internals were made stronger, causing them to emit energy. And the armor then was overhauled to accommodate this. Not only did it have several gaps where this energy could radiate out, but it was also coated with a special black material that could resist this energy. And instead of a pilot, the Shading Gundam would be controlled by a CPU, which had several pros, but also one big con.
Hallucinations?
On the one hand, this CPU reacted 1.5 times faster than a human, and it had all of the combat data of Domon installed in it, meaning that it couldn't just pull off Domon's moves, but also all of those of the other fighters that Domon had faced up until that point. And for psychological warfare purposes, the CPU manifested itself as Kyoji. The downside, though, was that the CPU couldn't activate the super mode. because this required emotions. So it applies.
So in other words, it's really good at everything except what the Gundam was really good at. And Richie. Edgelord Shining alert. Yeah. So basically, it has all my moves except the ones that matter.
The plan was simple. The Shading Gundam would defeat Domon and his Shining Gundam. The CPU would then be installed into the Shining Gundam. And because for
Profit?
authentication purposes, a human pilot was still required, Domon would be turned into a cripple and stuffed into the cockpit while the CPU did all of the fighting, and would simply continue the Gundam fight tournament as if nothing had happened.
And next you're going to tell me some idiots in charge of making these dumb decisions would also, like, I don't know, attack a thing in space investigating, I don't know, nanotechnology and, I don't know, hear me out, like a Gundam that is meant to grow or something. Like, they would just completely and utterly say, hey, you're not making this a weapons for we can actually have flat-out wars again. I mean, what were the chances of that happening? That would be so weird that people would make the same dumb decisions over and over again. I mean, that would be so stupid. What would they call that? Like a
Rain caught
demon
onto this
Gundam?
ploy, and they were able to thwart it before it went anywhere.
Yeah.
And if you're now having a slight case of deja vu, well, then you're correct. The Shading Gundam appears in a manga retelling of the G Gundam anime, and it basically replaces the Phantoma. And finally, we have the ninjas from comic Bomb Bomb.
What?
These machines were intended as the successors to the Bushi and the Nobushi, but would instead become the prototypes for the Shining Gundam and the Rising Gundam.
Oh.
And what is important...
So they would have been in the previous fights before Domon's fights. Okay. Also, Zero. And we thought the Devil Gundam using the pilot as a biological CPU was a messed up idea. To be fair, he wasn't even a CPU. He was literally just there to say, we definitely have a person in there running it. Yeah, there's a lot of fucked up things in there. Also, Varium. That is technically plausible because Rain could and did remote control the Shining Gundam during maintenance with a pair of gloves. Yep.
The note here is that these ninja machines are still classified as mobile suits and not mobile fighters.
Ooh.
7 ninjas were made, with one of them being piloted by Rain.
They're small.
And 5 of them being turned into Ulube's mobile ninja army.
What?
It consisted of the Shining Ninja Black, also known as the Ninja Shining, the Shining Ninja White, the...
They are really having fun with going incredibly Sentai based on this. Like, you know what? We're already going Super Robot. What if we took it to the next level and also dropped in Ninja, or essentially Power Rangers? And I don't mean Sentai at this point. They're essentially just Power Rangers unless they combine, in which case then, yeah, sure, Sentai.
Rising Pink, the Rising Yellow, and the Rising Green. And one of their main goals was to defeat the regenerated
That's just a
Devil
160
Gundam,
scale Shining Gundam?
which was regenerating itself as the Zombie Shining.
What?
For the Shining Gundam's successor then, Professor Mikamura would develop the God Gundam, also known as the Burning Gundam in the English dub.
I don't know which name is cooler. Both are pretty epic. Yeah.
And not only would all of the data of the Shining Gundam be used in its creation,
Yeah.
but the machine would also be fine-tuned specifically for Domon. This resulted in a Gundam that was more powerful in its standard mode than the Shining Gundam in its super mode.
Yeah.
So let's delve into all of the systems.
Also, the head is closer to a standard Gundam, I think. Like, when you look at it, with everything open, it very much is a traditional samurai helm more than anything else. Where this one, that's a Gundam. Like, just, that's Gundam more than anything. It's so incredibly standard. And everything else just looks like a refined version of this in the best ways possible. This is such a good design.
In its super mode. So let's delve into all of the systems that made this performance possible.
Yep.
First up, its most striking feature was the energy multiplier system. It is installed in the chest, and it's based on the concept of ki that can be found in
I wonder what reference he is making. Next, you're going to tell me the previous Gundam had a thing where it went into a super powered mode after getting angry, but then when you control it, it goes gold instead. Does it also get bigger hair? I mean, next you're going to say his hair got spiky at the same time. Am I being too on the nose about this?
in Eastern martial arts. Just like ki can be honed, the energy multiplier system can hone the energy of the God Gundam, making it even more powerful. And its second big upgrade was in the form of the core lander. In normal mode, it doesn't do a whole lot, but when it enters hyper mode, which is the God Gundam's version of the super mode, things get really crazy.
Yeah.
Wings unfold into 6 smaller wings and somehow apply a magnetic coating to the entire unit, which then drastically improves its mobility. And this magnetic field is also aided by the smaller of the 2 pairs of V-fins, with the bigger pair of V-fins being the traditional sensor V-fins. Also, the 6 smaller wings are named after a passage from the Diamond Sutra. Dream, Illusion, Bubble, Shadow, Dew, and Lightning. And to increase the performance of the hyper mode even further, the energy multiplier can open up, allowing it to go full throttle.
Yeah. Ooh, also, want to pull up the comments quickly? Because if we go by the EN name, that means the Devil Gundam and Death Army becomes the Dark Gundam and Dark Army. To be fair, that's also still a really cool name. The horror of the Devil or Dark Gundam, either way, it's utterly terrifying in what it does. Does a Gundam Zord imply Gundam's pilot an even bigger Gundam? Considering how many times there's combination features, that doesn't even sound like something unlikely to happen. The vent spread on Gundam itself do get spiky hair. Yep.
For weapons then, things were still very similar to the Shining Gundam. Its built-in weapons were rather basic, but it had no shortage of special moves.
Yep.
So
the
for
best part about
weapons, we just have 2 pairs of head-mounted Vulcan guns, a pair of chest-mounted triple-barreled machine guns, a pair of claws on each arm, and 2 God/beam swords, which are an upgraded version of the Shining Gundam's beam swords.
By being
But like
beam
I
swords.
just said, the special moves are really where it's at with the God Gundam. And in this video, I'll be mostly going over the anime moves, but also a few of the more notable video game and manga exclusive moves.
Oh,
because a lot
I wouldn't know any of the manga or video game ones, but I'm assuming this will be fun regardless.
It works like to have fun with this unit. And its most famous technique is without a doubt the Bakunetsu God Finger, an upgraded version of the Shining Gundam's Shining Finger. Liquid metal again covers the entire hand, and energy is pumped into it, this time making it glow orange. And to make sure that all of this energy is directed at the enemy, the arm-mounted God Finger protector moves over the back of the hand.
That's why those were there. Honestly, I thought it was just straight up aura farming.
Another
works either way
is that this liquid metal is applied in a spiral fashion, making it act like a drill, therefore increasing its penetrating power.
I mean, it's all ridiculous. Who cares?
This was likely done because the Bakunetsu God Finger wasn't just used to destroy the heads of enemies, but Domon also actively gored them in the abdomen, which was then followed by a finisher move called Heat End. Once inside of the enemy's body, Domon would unleash all of that energy that was stored up in the God Gundam's hand, destroying said enemy from the inside out.
And the pilot.
Or the Bakunetsu God Finger could also shoot out that energy like some kind of flamethrower. And because this...
Also, according to Cyberdrugan, fun fact, G Eternal has every pilot with their own voice lines using Shining Finger. Oh. Oh, there's so many stupid things you could do with it. I want them all.
This was such an iconic attack. There are also countless variants of it, like the double God Finger with the Noble Gundam or the Nobel Gundam, the Bakunetsu Love God Finger with the Rising Gundam or the Shining Gundam, the double Darkness Finger with the Master Gundam,
Yeah.
or the Super Bakunetsu Inazuma God Finger, which combines
Super Robot Wars F final and anthology comic. Yeah, sure. Going full Gynax on this one. Like, literally Gynax.
the Bakunetsu God Finger with the Gunbuster Super Inazuma Kick.
Yep.
My favorite video game thing about the Bakunetsu God Finger, though, is that in several SD Gundam games, certain characters will have special personalized dialogue.
Yep, they just mentioned this one in chat. Can't let him take me left. Wait, is that Lacus Klein? That's Lacus Klein! I am getting the weirdest sense of nostalgia that's misplaced in here by hearing the Freedom music in the background, but with a shining finger attack. This is just... That's... Okay, that's a thing. It's not bad. The Lacus, though.
Its second most famous move then was the Sekiha Tenkyoken.
Yeah.
The ultimate technique of the undefeated of the East, which was definitely not inspired by Dragon Ball Z's
Nope,
Kamehameha.
nothing to do there at all.
Just like the Super mode was definitely not inspired by the Super Saiyan. But anyways, both...
I don't know why he's bringing it up. It's so obviously disconnected. I mean, they look completely different. Who would ever think these are similar? I don't even know why Kakarot, of all people, would bring this up. Goku didn't say anything weird at all.
hands of the Gundam are put together, energy is charged up like with the God Finger, and is then released in the form of a fireball.
Yeah.
Again, we have a lot of variants. The Bakunetsu Sekiha Tenkyoken, which is simply a more powerful version. The God Finger Sekiha Tenkyoken, where Domon first uses the God Finger before firing the fireball and therefore boosting its power. The Sekiha Tenkyo God Finger, which again consists of Domon using the God Finger before firing the fireball, but this time it doesn't result in him firing a stronger fireball, but straight up a giant hand. And of course...
I'm sorry. They actually have a model for that? They actually have a giant posable hand just for this attack. Oh. This is literally so cool and so stupid, but I love it because it's stupid. I also like how the frame itself is clear to make this the bigger centerpiece option.
And of course, the Sekiha Love Tenkyoken, where Domon and Rain use the power of love to summon the Burger King.
I don't know why, but his face looks weird in this one. Maybe it's just the shading is off. He just looks... Something about him looks odd. I don't know why.
The power of love to summon the Burger King.
Giant middle finger? Fuck yeah. Wing effects. Third party kits? Ooh, nice. It's so stupid, but I utterly love this. And yeah, that is the finale of G Gundam. Or like,
include the
functionally.
Kyukyoku Sekiha Tenkyoken, a tag team version with Master Asia, and the Sekiha Love Londo Bell Zenin Tenkyoken.
What?
Which is the Sekiha Love Tenkyoken, but now also powered up by the members of Londo Bell.
This combo appeared in the Shin Super Robot Wars comic. Wait. Super Robot Wars has a comic? I thought it was just a video game series. Okay. Also, the king looks like Master Asia, except with curls to make him look like a European over-the-top king. Yeah. Okay. More you know.
Other techniques then are the Bakunetsu God Slash, where Domon instead focuses all of his energy into one of his beam swords. The Bunshin Sappo God Shadow, which allows it to create clones of itself.
Shadow clones.
The God Slash Typhoon, where the God Gundam transforms into a Beyblade. The Shokyu Hao Den Eidon.
Yeah. Welcome to the G Gundam. Can the Gundam do it? Sure. Why not? Why? Martial arts. What does that make sense with? It doesn't. Deal with it. It just kind of works.
Which envelops the God Gundam in energy, turning it into something that really has to be seen to be believed.
Yeah.
The Bakunetsu Shuffle Dome Ken, which is a combo attack with the other members of the Shuffle Alliance, and many others. As you can see, the God Gundam really had a special attack for any occasion.
Yep.
Even to the point that just throwing a punch is considered a special attack worthy of a special name. I might run towards someone, but the God Gundam uses the God Field Dash to go to someone. But yeah, it goes without saying that the God Gundam was an extremely powerful machine.
Tell me that the people who made this setup absolutely love... Wait, the next generation? I'm sorry. There was a sequel, even as a side story. Oh, okay, that's a choice.
And a minor variant of it would participate in the 14th Gundam fight as well. The Hyper God Gundam, piloted by Domon's disciple Yugo Kagami. It does have some cosmetic differences with the standard God Gundam, but it seems that its performance
Did he just
is
train him up
on
in 4
roughly
years?
the same level. Also, at some point in the story,
If it's only the 14th, so it literally was just a few years of training. Sure, why not? Oh, Duck, all Gundam has side stories? Yeah, just the idea that Domon had a new student and trained him up in the 4 years after the... Maybe even... It's 4 years of running. Maybe they don't run it every 4 years. It doesn't even matter at this point. Was it the 13th or 12th where he took it and he won? Whatever. It's like, that's not a long time to train.
it is
Maybe it's just me.
disguised as the Samurai Gundam. A totally non-canon variant
What?
then was the Gundam Godmaster,
What?
which appeared in the Tri-H arcade game. The story behind this thing is that the God Gundam was infected by DG cells.
You know, I wasn't thinking I'd hear anything too terrifying in this video. And then you say God Gundam infected with DG cells, and I think we have a new thing to fear. If they ever do a G Quux for G Gundam, you know, just like, hey, what would happen if type series? That's a starting point.
And that they attempted to transform the God Gundam into a more powerful form, like they had done with the Kowloon Gundam, turning it into the Master Gundam.
Yeah.
But because of the strong willpower of Domon, the transformation was left incomplete, resulting in a very unique looking machine. It is still recognizable as the God Gundam,
But it was aura
it's now
farming like the
black
Master.
with red and blue accents. It's also got a somewhat wrestling-style belt with a G on it, and its single energy multiplier has now become two smaller ones.
Can we all acknowledge that if this thing doesn't start every fight by saying, brother, I will be very surprised? It's the belt, man.
That together form the infinity symbol. And while its mounted weapons remained the same, its special attacks now became evil versions.
Dun,
The
dun,
Bakunetsu God Slash became the God Devil Slash. The Bakunetsu God Finger became the Horetsu Evil Finger. And its ultimate attack was the Sokyoku God Devil Finger.
Literally thought they just call it the hate attack at that point, because sure, why not? Apparently not that on the nose. They have restraint.
And that has been all for this somewhat surprising development history of the Shining Gundam and the God Gundam. Being the main machines from G Gundam, I was expecting some crazy things to pop up. But I wasn't expecting ninjas and samurai mobile suits to be amongst those crazy things. But yeah,
not just ninjas, a color-coded team of ninjas. It's even better.
G Gundam, anything goes, and that's exactly why we love it.
It's not the rule of cool, it's the rule of stupid, and I love it.
Check out Evix Creations and use the coupon code Kakarot for a 5% discount. As always, a big thank you to the
G Gundam is literally just one of the best Gundams because it decides, hey, you know how we have a formula of what looks cool? Let's ignore all of that, see what happens and break every rule, copy every other franchise that's not Super Robot, make it a Super Robot show, turn it into one giant tournament arc, and also drop in one of the most complex actual types of robot utter terror here, because you basically have Grey Goo the Gundam and make it hate people for reasons that are completely your own fault. You know, normal. It's so cool. But it's so dumb. But it's so cool. Basically what I'm saying is, if you haven't already, there's a link below to all the videos we checked out today. It's part of the Gundam development playlist. It's so good. Do that. See you guys in the next one. But before we go, we are going to be checking up some things that were posted because it looks like we might have a few interesting last-minute recommendations before I end the stream. Yeah. Here we go. All right. Tabletop art. Okay, here we go. Alrighty then. So we got the SD World Heroes did Strike Freedom with a child version of Wukong Impulse. If you hadn't told me that was Freedom and Impulse, I would have had no way to tell that. Yeah. Then we got a small collection of painted Gunpla. Ooh, nice. Nice. Is that freehand? Holy shit. I can't tell if that is or not, but it might be. Damn. Yeah. Triglove? That's awesome, man. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's pretty. Like, some of them are definitely... Ooh. Oh, I see the... Yeah, it's the cotton effect. I've seen this used a few times. That's well done. I just realized the eye's glowing. I can't tell if you painted it that way, like a white spark, or you actually have an LED in there, and I don't care because it looks awesome regardless. Ooh, nice. Non-metallic metal effect. Very shaded. Not bad. Battle damage to hell and back, but it looks good for it. And very shiny. I don't think you... Did it paint that on, or is it actually just shine? Either way, not bad. That's cool. Oh, and here's more of the SD. Honestly, it might not be my thing, but they do look good. Hey, what's up, Genesis? And the SD Heroes. Yeah. They look cool, but I have no idea what I'm looking at. And Duck's God Gundam. The sheer aura farming in this thing. Oh my god. So we have the regular. We got, looks like the high grade and the, I'm assuming, master grade on this thing. Yeah, like this is fine. That's a work of art. There is a difference. This is good. This is great. Surprisingly the same height almost. And just like the sheer level of, you're fine, but I'm better. Oh, Battle of the Gods. You could probably tell someone that. And yeah. And he redid that, the actual introduction of the God Gundam carrying the Shining Gundam. And that is the real grade. Marbling. Oh. Okay. MG and upscale RG, I think. Okay. So that's why they're the same height. Oh, they actually have this as a giant... Oh. That is a very big kit, but it does do the effect. Has it in green as well. Oh. And different fingertips to be adjusted as well, so you can do, like, other sets. Wait, that's real? actually on one of the rings. Oh my god. The sheer aura farming of it. Why do I feel like this has been misused somehow? And Duck, you only do high grade and real grade? Oh, okay. I've only done high grade myself so far. Oh, that is pretty. And now we have more of the SD, and I think this one isn't so busy that it distracts from the model itself and looks better for it. Also, Golden, Bandai was too afraid to release the perfect grade God Gundam. Okay, that would legitimately be tempting. That legitimately would be tempting. Ooh. I kind of like, this is good, but I think this one actually looks better. I know it's supposed to be the God Gundam, or, yep, the Zhang Fei God Gundam. The SS line, yep. And the Guan Yu was the new. Oh, wait, is that a beard? I don't know why, but Gundam with facial hair was not on my list. And now I'm just thinking, huh, Transformers with facial hair, and just, that's all bad. The fuck, Iron! Okay, 1. Goddamn. 2. Can you watch Elden Ring deep dive into the starting classes by Smotown? It's a cool video that goes into the lore of ER starting classes. Wait, the starting classes had lore? This is Elden Ring. I shouldn't even ask that question. It's so obvious in hindsight. Sure, we could add it in. Damn. Why is this not? Not today. Oh, yeah, definitely not today, but we definitely will. Although, I'd like to point out, Iron, that is enough to get it in, but... Look, I'll just pull it up, man. The conversion is half cost on this one. I'll add it in because, I mean, that's an absurd amount. But I do need to start becoming more active about that. I will add it into next week and see where it fits. And it might get pushed back a bit for anything that comes up beforehand, but I will just add it in. Although, again, I can't do that often because I did put down rules on that, and that is technically half of what it cost on my end. That said, I mean, I'm never going to say no because it's more Elden Ring. But this is something, Iron, I will push it back if anything else comes in first. You'll be the... Keeps doing that. All right. Here we go. Again, I can add it in. I don't know when we'll fit in. If we have room at the end of the week, I might fit it in, but we'll have to see what happens. Just because I have to keep to the rules I set. Oh, and I almost forgot the poll. Yeah, actually, Golden, if you hadn't mentioned that you had missed the poll, I probably wouldn't have noticed. And not today. When can we watch it? I'll have it in when we can fit it in. We have an open spot. Hey, thank you. I'll see if I can fit it in. But again, I can't do that often because it isn't technically fitting with what I was setting the goal as. That said, if we do have an open spot at the end of the week, yeah, we'll do it then. Maybe not Monday because we actually do have things starting to fill in. Maybe next week, we'll see what happens. And if I can just fit in the morning, I'll definitely do it. And Iron, there's the other half of the payment. Oh yeah, you're set then. Yeah, I can just drop that in Monday. Yeah, that's easy. Yeah, I got to remind myself I can't just drop things in all the time. Now it's guaranteed? Yep, in a heartbeat. And yeah, Iron, now it is guaranteed. Although, just to give everyone an idea, when it comes to guaranteed videos, this was not a guaranteed video. This is just, I wanted to do it. So if we need to push things back, I'm going to move this back. It is the one that will get pushed back. So far, the two that would have been, if Iron did half the payment, this would be in there, but I wouldn't feel comfortable like guaranteeing that if something else came first. Now it's guaranteed, and we'll be pushing Helldivers back, or, well, Madman's version of it. That said, that's a later problem. I'm just going to leave this on screen because I like it. Let's see. And thank you very much for the $1, though. I actually do appreciate it. Seriously, guys, thank you very much for this. I should probably also mention that, yeah, I got to play Subnautica. That'll actually be fun. I will also be very, very scared. Because I am easily scared and a coward. I can't guarantee we'll beat it. But I can guarantee I will probably freak out and scream like a bitch at least once. Yeah. Hey, Genesis, what do you miss? That would have been the Full Armor, the Heavy, and the Alternate Universe Perfect Gundams. Then we did the Gog, the Kapool, and the Shining God and Gundam God. God Gundam. There we go. It's pretty fun. And don't ask how close we are to Legend of Adventures. With the 10 we got... We were at about 919 at the start of the stream. Oh shit, we're probably literally 20 away from guaranteeing Legend of Adventures today. Probably won't happen though, because I think one of the big donated memberships expires tomorrow. So we probably won't hit this one for a while. That's fine. I mean, we got plenty of time to reach it. I'd like to highlight to everyone, I expected this to be maybe next year we hit some of these. Not this month. Yeah. 1, thank you all. 2. Yeah, I think that gets my thoughts across. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to this. Like Legend of Adventures? That'll be fun. Iron Lung. Oh, Genesis, how close are you to a Josh Scorcher video? Was the 15-year evolution of that Josh Scorcher or not? I'll need to double check quickly. 1 sec. I think it is, but I'm actually not sure. Nope, that's by Low Art. I don't think we actually have a Josh Scorcher video in the list as a guaranteed, now that I think about it. Ooh. Yeah, more hair. Huh. Like, that looks more decorative, but this one just kind of looks like hair on a top knot. Gundam with hair. Okay. Yeah. Misery and Meat. Yeah, Necro, we have actually recorded a Kane one already. I need to schedule it if I haven't already. I'm not sure if I have or not. Probably need to get to that. Yep. But yeah, we are going to be doing this soon, and I need to start getting this one done. Looks like, oh, it's really close. I'm going to put a timer on this. Just a quick minute. If anyone wants to get a last minute vote in there. When we finish this one, whatever ends on this, what ends on this, it looks like if we hit 1,200 members, dear God, that's an absurd amount, you guys will get to choose which Master Grade Gunpla I build on stream. I will be having to censor that stream heavily. Also, Genesis, the words Iron Lung had a different meaning back then. Oh, God. Oh, Necro, Iron Lung being Misery in Meat. Oh, God. Do I want to know? I probably don't want to know. I probably really don't want to know. I'm thinking about it now. I don't think I want to think about it. Oh, God. Yeah. I'm thinking about it. I don't want to know what I don't even know what it means, but oh God. Okay, we're down to the last few seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are at 0 right now. I'm gonna reset that. Close it out. Looks like it mostly set through on this one. And you guys, okay, Master Grade Gunpla build. This one might take a while because when we reach it, I will need to let you guys choose what Gunpla to build, where we're going to get it. I mean, maybe just eBay. No, probably not eBay. There's websites, and I'll buy it off stream, but you guys will choose which one on stream itself. So we might have a small stream for that, and then we'll do something else. And then when it arrives, because I'm not even going to try and guess shipping. We'll just do it live. I will have to figure out how to do a top-down recording setup. I don't know. To give you an idea, this is my table right now. Yeah, it's covered in models. Yeah. I should put it back in the right position right away. Surprising. Oh, no, it's off. There we go. It's also crooked. I did not think that through. Oh, shit, that's actually very warm to the touch. Weird. Also, I just realized you couldn't see anything green on here. That's fine. Iron Young was used to describe a device for people with polio disease. Oof, yeah. They still use iron lung today. Some COVID patients had to be put in one. I hope they were able to get out. Also, Cyber Dragoon, SS and SDW heroes really played with their stylization based on characterization. First, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and then World History. The Three Kingdoms one I kind of figured because, I mean, you mentioned Lubu. World History I was not aware of, though. I guess with Wukong that would kind of fit, though. Nice setup. I mean, a lot of it is just table and models. Something. Yeah! No, it's already empty. I knocked over my mug, realized it was empty. I got scared. I did that again. A lot of models you couldn't see were like things like this that I have behind my monitor. Admittedly, not the best place to put them. And just a jack of card, stack and jack, whatever, you know what I mean? These things that I have raised up so in case I do spill anything, the water doesn't get on them. Yeah. Full body machines to breathe for you. That sounds horrible. Legitimately horrible. Misery and meat. Ugh. So we have the options here. Again, if you guys don't want to do master grade for some reason, you'd rather do, I mean, we're not doing perfect grade. We could do a real grade. We could do a high grade. I will say no to something if it's more not really good. Like if it's a really stupid looking kit, like something old enough that it won't be fun to build, I will say no. But if you guys go with a joke option like the ball, yeah, I'll do it. Because maybe that'll be fun. They did a King Arthur as the Mark III and Nobunaga as the Epion. Okay. That sounds pretty cool, actually. But yeah, we now have that in, and I will also, tomorrow, probably need to do a poll for the 1,300 member goal. You know what, just to scare myself, I'm just going to look into what I agreed to do here for 2,000. Because if we hit that, I better have an idea. How expensive is VR? According to a Steam Frame price leak from VR.org, estimates between $950 to $1,200. How much does a VR headset normally cost? Oh, God. So we have some, the Meta Quest, but that's Facebook, and I'm never doing that willingly. At $300. Oculus Quest. Okay, that's weird. Maybe that's not bad. The prices are kind of, I don't love. An actual cardboard one. PlayStation VR at 600 and the Meta, I don't like these numbers. Also, Genesis, you mentioned Master Grade is 1/100 scale and they have posable hands. Ooh, nice. Honestly, I will do what you guys just think is cool on this one. Probably nothing too crazy. Like, don't get me wrong. While I would love to do P Bandai or Perfect Grade, I saw those prices, man. I mean, while I might be tempted for some of them, that would be way too much. I don't think my wife would forgive me if I did that. I mean, she'll be mad at me about doing the VR one, but Yeah. When we get to this one, I will need to get a lot of cheese on top of whatever I buy for a VR headset because I don't own one of those. And my wife will need a lot of that cheese to get her to be okay with every stupid thing I'm about to explain to her. It's a bribe. It is going to be a bribe for her. I'm aware of that. And Golden, you're very glad you purchased your headset in the beginning of 2020? I mean, I saw some of them that look cool, but I'm just looking at this going, I was hoping like, hey, maybe the Steam frame will come out. It won't be so horrible. And from what I've heard, it's lightweight. It actually works well. It doesn't hurt your head, which is the reason I haven't grabbed a VR headset before. Because I saw some that were actually affordable, but then they had issues like not fitting well, not fitting with glasses, which, I mean, for obvious reasons, I need those. Or they're ungodly expensive at like $3,000 for the Apple one, which apparently works beautifully and is comfortable, but also it's $3,000. Or maybe it's even higher, maybe $4,000. I don't even know. Also, Genesis, a real grade kit is just a high grade kit, but with more detail. Unironically, that sounds fun, but I'm biased because some of the real grade or the high grade kits I grabbed were really good. So that just sounds like an absolute win to me. Yeah. That said, I'm going to cut this one here and make sure my wife is okay, because even though she said she was fine and she got over the initial shock of learning Tim Curry passed, I should probably go double check that. We will be back tomorrow. Oh, the real grade is just a high grade kit and referred to twice mentioned and smaller. Wait, the real grade is smaller? Huh. The ball is a real good master grade. I mean, if that's what you guys want, we can do it. But yeah, tomorrow we will be looking at Dangerous Beyblades, USS William D. Porter from Drakenfell, the Discworld Adventure Games, which is a big video, and Moldred found footage horror from Russia. We won't be doing anything Saturday because I was conscripted into helping my sister-in-law move out of her soon-to-be ex-husband's house. And hopefully him and his new girlfriend are not there. Yeah, it's a situation. I'm only getting the small bits and pieces of it. All I can say is, yeah, no, not even going to comment. Because the more I find out, the more I'm like, nope. It's a soap opera. I'm not getting involved. And we got a bunch for Sunday, which will obviously be Magic the Noah, finishing the 30 YouTubers fight against a demon. And we'll see what happens Monday, because that day hasn't been filled out yet. And we will be doing a Monday video since we're not going to be doing Saturday this week. See how it goes. But in the meantime, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Adios. Golden, I am unmuting just to say that I would probably say no to that one, because if it's already known as Decal Hell, I will cry. The problem is, I will forget I said this. So there's a very good chance you can get other people to agree with you if we hit this point. And I will just cry. A lot. Later for all this time.